Shut up, fool!
Hey, man! This makes sense!
Uber. Well done. Uber Scheiser here first. That takes skill, takes talent, just like Jay Boss and Cole James. Zictomorph is the biggest loser. Howdy, you guys are quick draws on joining. Yeah, if you were only a little bit better, Zictomorph, then I think your parents would love you. But as it stands... someone said, Myron does most of the heavy lifting. PineCreek is just a pretty face. You know, all my life I've had this problem of people not taking me seriously and just liking me for my looks. I feel like that a woman scholar who thinks Yahweh had a penis. I mean, I know I can empathize. It's disgusting. I mean, can you guys for once love me for who I am and my ideas and my thoughts and what I have to say instead of just the eye candy that you see before you? Just one time. And Rosemary, I'm doing the video that you suggested. Rosemary is a token female in our poker nights. If you want to play poker with me and some of the smartest people on the planet, with some exceptions, email me. My email's in the About tab of my YouTube homepage. But yeah, she suggested I listen to this, and there's some great things in here, I think. There's also some things... I got to tell you, if you want to make it very difficult for a theist to talk to an atheist, be more like me. Oh, that sounds arrogant, right? But seriously, it's really tough for a theist to convert me because I'm less needy. If you want to have successful evangelism, whether you're Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant, Muslim, Jew, although Jews are not that interested in converting. Why is that? Why do Jews not want more Jews? I guess it's that select few and the chosen people. But if you want to be successful, you got to target the weak. You got to be like a lion. You got to, the lions don't go for the fastest gazelle. They go for the weaker ones. In the same way, if you're a Christian evangelical type, you got to target the weak ones. You know that neighbor you have that's going through a divorce? You know that neighbor who just lost a loved one? You know that neighbor who just got bankrupt? You know that neighbor who's been through a ton of abuse? Christians, that's prime pickings right there. Those are the people you target. You don't target people like me. Tell me I'm wrong, Christians. You know the people who come into your church. Some of the biggest sinners out there, right? Okay, let's listen. I could end the live stream. I feel content. The dopamine's rushing. I could end the live stream right now, but let's press play.
How they particularly view them. So, first, on this third talk, as we talk about talking with atheists and orthodoxy and atheists, I want to talk first about my interest in this topic and why I chose to do this one first. And my interest grew...
Can you guys hear it? Is it too quiet? I got a full blast. It's just the way they recorded it.
When in my college years, I began becoming interested in Christian and atheist debates. Not typically Orthodox, usually evangelical. But I discovered that there is a whole series of debates from the 90s between Protestants, typically, sometimes Catholics, but Christians of some sort and atheists. And I got excited about those and started watching them again and again and again. But as I watched these, I became more and more disenchanted with the whole debate idea.
Me too.
And I really became kind of disappointed with the Christians in these debates. I often watched as the atheists brought up objections that really resonated with me. They didn't make me question a belief in God, but there was something a little bit deeper happening here. And what was happening? Why is it that I was watching these things and I kind of questioned the Christian approach, but agreed more with the atheist?
Yeah, it's let's see. Let me put the closed captions in. I got as loud as it can go. So let me try this. About there. And about there. Maybe this will help. Now, I know most of my viewership can't read, you're illiterate, but for those of you who can read, this should help a little bit.
Approach. I think there are four things going on. First is, the Christians often presented a vision for God that I found extremely dry and impersonal. And sometimes it went the other way. It was overly emotional and overly subjective, but mainly it was dry and impersonal, such that they left me with a vision for a God that I really didn't have a desire to grow closer to. It was a God who I thought had good arguments in his favor, but was it a God that I wanted to have a relationship with? Not really. And so
So you can tell right away that this guy desires a God that he can have a relationship with, and if the God is not personal, like some classical theists don't believe, I think, that God's personal. There's some theists out there who don't believe that God actually cares to have a relationship with you. And he's saying, well, I don't want that type of God. I can sort of understand that. But the thing is, for a guy like me, why would you want a relationship with a God, even a personal God, that doesn't call you by name? Imagine, would you rather have a relationship with someone who lives in your neighborhood that you can go out for coffee with every day or once a week, whatever, or a person who lives overseas, sends letters, but not really addressed to you, just somehow it gets to you, maybe through the newspapers, never saying, "Dear Doug, I miss you so much, Doug. I wish I could give you a hug, Doug." Like, is there any Christians here who that's the way God has this relationship with you? No.
Presented a God that I really didn't recognize, and they were defending a God that I didn't really recognize and didn't really know myself. Second, often the Christians would give points about God, and they would describe things about God, but at the end, there was really no sense of knowing God on an intimate basis. Everything was so over.
Yeah, see, someone mentioned the man bun, but you can tell right away how people are different. People with man buns, a man with a man bun is more likely, I think, to want this intimate relationship. Why is it that men with hair, lots of hair, are so touchy-feely, and men like me are just so cold and empty? Sad. No, I'm kidding.
Now, of course, that's not really the goal of a debate. When you're debating, you want to talk about God because you're talking to the whole audience. You can't really talk about a personal relationship with God and help people to know God intimately. But I still found that this kind of distorted the Christian message. Many people would say a lot of right.
Thanks, Paul. I'm going to look up Volume Master and see if I can add it on as this is going.
Things about God. They were correct what they said about God, but it still left the listeners with that first problem that I talked about. It was a false false view of who God really was. And I walked away kind of going, if this is Christianity, do I really want to be Christian? Is this really the God that I want to get to know? Third, while many of the Christians' arguments and counter-arguments were very good, they still met atheist arguments from where they were given. In other words, they rarely did the Socratic method. They rarely challenged the premises upon which many of the atheist arguments were made. So what I mean by that is, let me give you this example. Many atheists would bring up what is commonly called the problem of evil or the problem of suffering. I'm sure you've come across it.
Okay, let's see if this guy actually knows the real problem of evil. I bet you he doesn't.
At some point. The Christian can and should, and we'll talk about this later, provide an explanation for why suffering and evil exists in the world and how these do not in any way injure a belief in God. We should be able to do that. However, it always bothered me that the Christians never went a step further. And in going a step further, what would we say? Well, as an Orthodox Christian, I would explain that the problem is not a problem of evil and suffering. We are people who constantly disobey God. We disobey his commands. He gave us everything good that we have, and we constantly turn away from him. And so one would expect suffering. One would expect to not live a very happy life because we're constantly turning away from the source of goodness.
Yeah. So, yeah, he doesn't understand the real problem of evil. The real problem of evil is, would we expect any suffering, any sin from a God that doesn't want it? Would we expect creation at all for a God that's self-sufficient, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving, all-good? No. But we would expect to see what we see if this God is partially good and partially evil. That fully explains it. Balance the volume, Doug. You're too loud. Okay. I'm trying to make this guy louder too.
And so what are we Christians surprised by? We're not surprised that evil and suffering exist in the world. We're surprised that goodness, joy, peace, and mercy exist in the world at all. In other words, from the Christian standpoint, there is no problem of evil. It's a false premise. The presupposition is that the existence of suffering and evil should not be the case. But from the Christian perspective, because we constantly sin and constantly spit in the face of God, suffering and evil are no surprise. What is a surprise is that God continues to be merciful.
Yeah. It's not even, I find it even boring to bring up natural disasters. The real issue is, why would this God create something he does not desire? Because he's lonely and he wants humans.
And grant good things to us. So rather than there being a problem of evil, it's a problem of goodness. It's a problem of blessings.
It's a problem of creation.
Why is there anything good in the world when all we do is spurn God? And this problem reveals
every single act of violence that one human does to another human has only happened because God created in the first place.
Shocking, in a good way, condescension and loving nature of God. That reveals more of God's nature than anything. I can explain logically why evil and suffering exists, which is what most of the Christians would do. But no one ever explained that actually the existence of goodness is the real surprise for us, and that shows just what a loving God we actually have. In other words, you get into this debate about the existence of evil and suffering in the world, and my response is that actually reveals how good our God is. Not the idea that God doesn't exist at all. And I wish the Christians would have gone in that direction.
The existence of rape, murder, is evidence how good God is?
Finally, the fourth reason I didn't really always love these debates, the Christian debaters sometimes, and definitely not always, some of them were very good. Some were very good. But many times, forgive me, the personalities that were debating took away from their arguments.
Yeah.
And so I saw Christians who came off as very arrogant and smug.
They're called precepts.
And that very much detracted from presenting a strong Christian case. What I came to realize was a holy figure sitting in silence is often a much better witness for the power of our faith than the best arguments in the world spouted from an arrogant mouth.
Yeah, and this is maybe why guys like Matt Dillahunty, Aaron Ra, they're actually just more effective to atheists to justify what they already believe. I really wonder, well, I think those types of guys do appeal to more the less emotional type people. But I think this is why Hitchens was so powerful, is because even Christians liked him. Christians found him funny and engaging and interesting to listen to.
So we have to know who's giving the arguments, and they have to be a good example of what they're preaching. I'm not saying that I am or that we are necessarily, but it does show that we need to be working on our own humility and love and mercy before we engage with somebody. We talked about that in the first couple lectures. If you're going to go in hot and angry, you're so dumb for not believing in my God of mercy. Well, wait a minute. Is this a good example? Have you revealed anything of the goodness of God? No, of course not. Of course not. Whereas if you go in with a lot of humility and peace, it may reveal something really beautiful. So for these reasons and more, these debates typically aren't very convincing to me. They get people more entrenched in their viewpoints because people typically aren't very open to opposing viewpoints in the first place. And so really what was happening was that people would watch these debates and the Christians in the audience would say, yep, the Christian clearly won. And the atheists in the audience would say, well, the atheist clearly won. And nobody really changed anything either way. Now, I'm not saying that the debates were completely worthless. I don't think they were worthless. God forbid we have atheist arguments for which we do not have strong and public rebuttals. We need those. In that sense, the debates were helpful because at least for the Christians, they showed we did have a strong case. And in fact, that case was so strong, it shocked the atheists in the 90s. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this idea of like public university debates between a Christian and an atheist, they weren't happening in the 60s, 70s, 80s very much, but in the 90s they started to happen. And you know what happened? The atheists, who were usually really, they had delved deeply into some sort of science, biology, or physics, or whatever it was, they didn't prep. Because they thought, well, these Christians are just country bumpkins. They don't know a thing. So I don't really need to prepare anything. And they'd go and make their arguments, and then for every point that they made, the Christians would have, from a scientific viewpoint, a counter-argument. And these atheists began being embarrassed again and again and again until a couple years into this, they said, we need to bone up.
Yeah, I don't really buy this. Maybe if you're talking about things like fine-tuning or first cause, well, see, scientists now say we came from a singularity and a big bang and there was a beginning. Like that I can sort of see. But the reason why guys like me feel like you don't really need to prep much for a specific theism like Christianity is because of the Enlightenment. It's because we do share, like if I was to sit down with this Father Paul guy and ask him some basic questions about, is it more likely this is a demon or is it more likely this is epilepsy? He would say epilepsy. I'm quite sure of it. And then we just have to apply that same type of thinking. Is it more likely that Paul saw the actual risen Jesus on the road to Damascus, or that this is a story or some type of vision, personal vision, hallucination, dream, being crazy, whacked out, mentally ill? What's more likely? As soon as you put it in that context in the Bible, it's like, oh no, that's more likely. It can't be some mental health problem.
We need to start actually doing a little bit more research into their arguments and have better counter arguments.
And once the Christian can understand that, I really don't know where they can go from there. They can try talking about eyewitness accounts and all these things, but then you're ended up asking the what's more likely question over and over and over again.
We're failing in this. So there is a place for this. But of course, the idea of a Christian versus atheist debate is not our goal. That's not what evangelism is. They can be helpful. They can be helpful in learning some different ideas and rebuttals and learning about the science. They can be helpful in that sense, but that's not really what we're doing anyway. So anyway, as I got into these debates and started watching them more and more, I started to contemplate more and more, how could a faithful and humble Orthodox Christian act and effectively talk to atheists?
Here we go.
How would an Orthodox Christian, what would they say in a debate that would be different? That's one of the reasons I liked watching them, was, the usually evangelical had answered this way, how would I answer? But more importantly, in a one-on-one...
Handsome General asks, do you find it helpful to educate Christians on the weirdness of their own religion, such as origins of El, the firmament, being a sky dome, etc.? No, actually I don't. Sorry. When I was a Christian, I could easily explain that away. Well, it doesn't really mean a sky dome. I mean, that God's not saying that. These are just humans trying to make sense of the world. The Bible's not a science book. Oh, and yeah, there's other religions that predate Judaism and so forth, but as far as writings, but that just shows that God even works with other religions to give some knowledge about himself. They just didn't get it all right. I mean, there's countless ways you can explain that away. And this guy actually talks about that here, that I think he talks about it's not about facts necessarily.
How should we talk to the atheist? And so this is what we're talking about today. It's important, however, to first explain what this talk is not. What is this talk not? So recall in the first two lectures that we discussed Orthodox evangelism as not being about arguing or even trying to convince people. Our goals are simply to leave the other person with, what was that line from St. Paisios? Anybody remember? A holy sense of discomfort. And to invite them a bit into the Orthodox worldview so that we plant a seed. And that's
plant a seed or a pebble. If you're talking discomfort, you want to plant a pebble in their shoe so they're uncomfortable.
Hopefully, eventually, will be something that will eventually sprout and the person can then explore. We want to leave them with an opening to exploring the beauty and mystery of Christ in the Orthodox Christian faith. So what are we not doing? This talk is not about giving a point-by-point refutation of their arguments. If that's what you were hoping for tonight, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm going to disappoint you right now. I'm not going to go through that. I'm not going to go through a point-by-point refutation of materialistic evolution. I'm not going to go through a point-by-point refutation of some of their biological arguments, some of the physics arguments, some of the philosophical arguments. We will do a little bit of that with the talking about the presuppositions. But really, if you want to learn about that, there's many, many good books you can turn to. Okay, I want to offer just a few suggestions. I've read a lot of these books, Combating Atheist Arguments, and I've read a lot of the atheist books as well. Some of those are laughably bad. We must remember that we are talking with a person who, even if they're fighting against God, is still made in the image of God. When we merely respond to arguments, we're really debating for an audience, which again, there may be a time and a place for that. But that's not what you're going to be doing. You'll be talking with an atheist, typically one-on-one. So you have to ask these questions. Who is this person with whom I'm speaking? Who do they think the Christian God is?
See, that question bothers me. Who do you think the Christian God is? Because I know that there's different views of who the Christian God is. Right? Not all Christians agree on who exactly the Christian God is. Is he God in flesh, or is he the Son of God? Unitarian, Trinitarian. Does he give salvation this way or that way? Is it predestined Calvinism, or is it non-Calvinism? So to ask a guy like me, what do you think Christianity is? I can give you all the variations, all the flavors you want. But I'll still say that Christianity is a religion that's where its core propositions are false, that a man did not rise from the dead 2,000 years ago, did not walk on water, that the concepts of heaven and hell are made up. These are stories of people trying to make sense of the world around them. I'd be curious to see how this guy would tackle that answer. Because the reason why he's saying this is because he wants to be able to say, I don't believe in that God either. See, we have something in common. That's what he wants to do.
What do they think when they hear the word religion? What happens inside of them emotionally when they hear?
See, I don't think bad thoughts when I hear the word religion. I call human secularism a religion. I think religion has done a lot of great things. If you go in the town I live, the city I live, and I bet you over half the hospitals have a Roman Catholic name on the top. Maybe not over half, but a big chunk. Religions have done great things. They've also done terrible things, which is expected under naturalism.
Hear the word religion. What has been their personal experience with religion in the past? And I want to give a little focus to a few of these questions. That last one is really important. What has been their personal experience with religion in the past? Do you know what the most common factor I found when talking with atheists is? The most common thing that comes up? When you really get down to talking to them as persons, you find that most of the hardened atheists have had past traumas or bad experiences with religion or religious people in their past.
Yeah. Show me on the doll where religions hurt you, where Christianity has hurt you. Again, that doesn't apply to me, but I do agree that it applies to a lot. I made the comment the other day that a lot of people who have left because of queer issues or gay issues, they've been hurt, and the way the church has handled things, they've been hurt, and that's why they call themselves a non-Christian or atheist today. No, you should call yourself a non-Christian because you believe that the core propositions are false, not because some people in the church hurt you. I know some people disagree with me, and they will say, well, isn't that a reflection that the way that you're treated is a reflection on the likelihood of this being true, because we would expect Christians to behave more Christ-like, and they're not acting Christ-like, so therefore maybe Christ is a fake. I understand that perspective. And there is some truth to that. Like, if you have the Holy Spirit in you to guide you to all truth, and the Holy Spirit's not actually helping you to sin less, to be more compassionate, I understand that argument.
Most of them have had bad experiences in the past. There's no argument, there's no logical proof that is going to cut through walls built of emotional traumas. You are never going to argue somebody out of an emotional trauma. It's not going to happen. Thus...
Yeah, this is my weakness. I'll be very honest with you guys. My weakness is I cannot empathize with someone who's gone through trauma. You know why? Because I haven't gone through trauma. At least, like, I've torn my ligaments in my knee. That was pretty painful. But huge emotional trauma? No. I've had a very good life. I have 2 good parents who raised me well. I've lived in Canada and the United States, one of the best countries of the world. I mean, I got nothing to complain about. And I think actually it's a little unfair for people who have gone through some type of trauma or abuse to expect a guy like me to truly understand them. I think it's more fair just to say, you know what, you don't understand where I'm coming from, and I don't blame you, because you didn't go through what I went through. And I say, fair enough, but we can still talk. But if you want me to feel what you're feeling, emote what you're emoting, I think that's highly unfair. We're different people.
What do they really need? Understanding and compassion for that trauma first.
And like, I could even say things like, I understand where you're coming from, but that would be a lie. I don't really understand where you're coming from. I can say, I can imagine how that might feel. That's more truthful. But maybe I'm too honest to a fault, because I would lean like, okay, bad crap has happened to you. It is your responsibility to try to get through it, whether that means you get counseling or whatever.
They have to be heard first. You have to get to know them, get to know what happened to them, and meet them where they are, first and foremost. Faith cannot be viewed as a continued threat to them if they're ever going to consider it in the first place. And as long as they view faith and religion as a threat, do you think they're going to listen to any argument you give? No way.
Yeah, again, this doesn't apply to me at all. I don't view religion as a threat. I'm not one of those atheists that's scared of Christian nationalism. I mean, I don't think that's a threat. I don't think hell is real for 1 second. I don't find that a threat. There's nothing about the Abrahamic religions that threatens me at all. That's why I think like would be extremely difficult for a Christian like this guy Paul, Father Paul, to convert me, because all the things he's describing not applicable.
And that's where you're going to see emotions spike and a lot of yelling and a lot of screaming and no minds changed. That's what's going to happen. So this aspect of our approach to deal with the person rather than the arguments is the most essential thing to remember and to enact. If you remember nothing else of the arguments from tonight, if you remember that, there's a good chance you're going to get through to that person way more than you realized you would have with all the knowledge in the world, which again is why I think a lot of these debates are not all that helpful. A lot of times I wanted to take the atheist off the stage and sit him in a room and say, what happened to you when you were younger? You can't really do that on a stage, but you can tell. You can tell something, there's something inside of them. And you can tell it from that visceral reaction.
Yeah, the thing is, one can flip the script on that and ask, I could sit down with Father Paul and what happened to you when you were younger? Why are you so needy that you need this relationship with a God? Didn't you have a good father? Where you already had a good relationship with a good father? Why do you need this bigger, better father? Well, he's more powerful. He's all-knowing. Well, why do you need a more powerful father? Are you insecure about something? Are you scared about death? What's going on? You see how easily you can just flip that?
Something that happened to you. I know it's like psychoanalyzing, but the first question I want to ask most of the men is, tell me about your relationship with your father. It's true. It's true, because honestly...
You know, and I don't disagree with the main point he's making here. I actually believe, and I bet you I could find studies to back it up, but I don't want to. I think people's fathers is probably over 50% the reason how you turn out the way you turn out in life. Even more so than mothers. In other words, fatherhood's extremely important. You could just look at the studies. If you come from a fatherless home, you're more likely to commit crime. You're more likely to be in poverty. That's not true with a motherless home.
Our image for God usually comes from our image from our parents. Whether you like it or not, this is the reality, is that the way that if our parents were really tough on us, really demanding and not very merciful, guess how you begin to see God? Tough, demanding, and not very merciful. So once you can see this person as an actual person and deal with them with some compassion first, you may actually open some doors that will otherwise remain solidly locked shut, that you'll never get through with good argumentation. So this means that we have to understand both their experiences of faith and their personal understanding of God, whether that understanding is one that they once held or it's an understanding that they believe you hold. So a lot of people, even who maybe they didn't have a traumatic experience growing up with religion, they still had a faith when they were younger that taught them a very false view of God. And they view God in those terms. And so when they hear you say God, they immediately think of those things. For instance, one of the very common ones today is the vending machine God who is interested in moral exchanges. So how do you put money into the vending machine to get what you want out of God? You be a good person and go do good things. And if you do good things will happen to you. If you do bad things will happen to you. And then they come out to the real world. The world doesn't work that way. And they say, well, I struggled for years to do all the right thing and to be a good person. And God has made a mess of my life and everything's fallen apart. Well, you need to break through that false vision of God before you can ever open them up to orthodoxy.
False vision of God, that he will actually comfort you, help you, provide? Is that a false vision of God? Maybe, but there are verses to support some of that, right? But what he's getting at is, if you're a Christian, you should expect maybe your life to even get harder here on planet Earth. But Earth is just a vapor. The real issue is eternal life.
And they need to hear what God is actually like and what's really happening here. So This is the initial part of the encounter, getting to know the person and what their views on God actually are. And in doing this, you're going to be asking a lot of questions and doing very little talking.
Socratic method.
Really tough part of good evangelism is you have to start off by being very patient and really humbling yourself. Because there's going to be a lot of times where you're going to want to correct them on certain views and certain things they say. You have to avoid that.
Yes, see, he's right here. This is how do you talk to just not atheists, but anybody. If you want a productive conversation with a person that you might disagree with, they're going to say things that you want to just say, no. And you got to bite your tongue and pick your battles very carefully, ask good questions, and just be able to hear something that you believe and think, rightly so maybe, is completely wrong, and just let it go. That is a skill. And most of you in the live stream chat, I bet, can't do it. In fact, I said something earlier about fatherless homes, and some people it's really hard to let it go, right? There's something happens inside you because, Doug's making it sound like women are not important, mothers are not important. And so you get this emotional response.
Correcting misperceptions about God right away. There will be a time for this, but the person needs to feel heard first. And if you cut them off every time they say something wrong, it's not going to happen. Also, during this period, as you go through this process, don't become offended. Be cautious about becoming really offended, especially when someone was wounded.
Great advice. Don't become offended. Well, people can't control that, can they? Can you control if you're offended or not? Maybe not on the moment, on the spot, but you can take steps throughout your life to not be offended. I truly believe that. In other words, you can cultivate a thicker skin, and I think this happens naturally as you grow older. You don't even have to consciously think about it. But if you're under the age of 25, odds are you're going to be more offended about things than if you're 55. Because you're still trying to build up your reputation, you're still trying to build up your credibility. You still want people to view you as being smart or good or talented or important or something. But when you're like 55, you've already done all that, and it's like, who cares what you think of me? Who cares if you call me ugly or fat? I mean, you're a stranger to me. So if you are younger, what do you do? What's my advice to helping you choose not to be offended about things? First of all, odds are if someone says something and you are offended by it, most of the time it's not someone who's really, really special to you. Maybe it can happen and does happen, but just tell yourself, this person is an acquaintance, this person's a stranger. Their words to me are not that impactful. Now, if your spouse says that to you, that's different. But maybe, that's a good piece of advice. Always think about the person you love and respect the most. And then here's the other person saying something that offends you. Compare the two and say, okay, how offended would I be if the person I really respect, really love said that? Get that feeling inside you, and then get that feeling of this person you sort of know, but not really. And you go, nothing. Didn't make a dent.
Their hurt usually comes out as bitterness, and they want to get revenge. And they get a thrill out of offending you and saying scandalous things, saying blasphemous things. There's a time to respond to that.
Yes, that's true. There is a thrill. Some atheists get a thrill with saying blasphemous things to you, and they want to get a reaction from the theist. Now, if you're a Christian listening right now, here's my advice to you. Don't let them. Don't let them manipulate you. Don't let them control you. Be able to hear the most blasphemous thing on planet Earth about your God and just say, hey, my God can't be mocked. Just let it go.
But if they're actually opening it up in this process, now's not the time. Let them get out their rage. Let them see you humbly take it and just be quiet.
Yeah.
And patiently go through their abuse. In this process, you'll be able to gauge something we previously discussed, and that's whether having this conversation will be beneficial in the first place. A person who's clearly not open to really listening to you initially may become open as they start feeling safe with you. But if they continue to be confrontational, snarky, rude, closed off, you might...
You know what works better than all this? Like, let's be real. Can we be real? Is that possible? What works better than having a friendship, having compassion, having understanding? What blows all of that out of the water is if this Father Paul guy says, see that amputee? Watch this. In the name of Jesus, grow a limb. Boom, and the limb grows. That works far better than saying, I understand you. I understand the pain you've had. It works way better than being compassionate to people and being fully empathetic. Just do a miracle. And that will soften the heart of, I'd say, 99% of atheists, if that's your goal. You don't have to hug an atheist. You don't have to cry with them. You don't have to ask about their father and how the church hurt them. Or Father Paul, you could just take him to the pool at the YMCA and say, watch this. In the name of Jesus, I'm going to walk on this water. You pick the pool, no trickery. That will blow all this compassion out of the water. A clear demonstration.
Might as well just walk away. And that's when you do it. That's the time to say, you know what? I've been very respectful towards you. I haven't challenged you or shut you down, and all you do is intentionally try to offend me left and right. I'm walking away from this. When you're ready to have a real conversation and be an adult, we can talk.
That's one strategy. You could pretend to cry. You hurt my feelings. If you're going to be offended, go all the way. That's my advice. I mean, just break down in tears. You'll get a lot of sympathy that way. And maybe the atheist will actually ease up a bit. Another strategy is just take it. Let the atheist try to offend you and cause that atheist to fail. Say, hey, there's nothing you can say to me that's going to offend me. And then when they're done ranting, then you just ask them a question. Or you can say, hey, I heard a lot of rants there. Maybe ask me a question and I'll answer it as honestly as I can.
So then the question becomes, well, what happens if the person is willing to hear you out? What do you do next? Well, first, if any trauma has been experienced from them, that has to be empathized with first.
Ugh.
You have to do that work first. Then.
Oh, that's so much work, isn't it? See, this is why I say we need the people on the left on the political scale, because they're better at that than I am. I mean, like, okay, I understand. Okay, I'll give you a hug, but I'm going to count to 10 in my mind, and when I hit 10, I'm going to let go, okay?
You can gently begin the Socratic method here. And this means probing some of the presuppositions and misconceptions that have been expressed so far. So you might say something like, you know, you've presented a view of God that's so different than what my faith and my experience has taught me. And then you can ask a question. Could I ask about, or could we talk about your assertion that blah, 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 blah. See,
the thing is, and this is sort of the bothersome thing about the Socratic method. The Socratic method is great, don't get me wrong. But imagine a situation where me and Father Paul are together. He's using the Socratic method on me. I'm using the Socratic method on you, on him. It's going to be weird, right? He's going to refrain from making too many claims and rather ask where I'm coming from. I'm going to refrain from making too many claims and ask where he's coming from. And it ends up being a little cagey. So this is one of the complaints against street epistemology. It's like you really don't know where the other person's coming from if all you're doing is Socratic questioning, like the person who's asking the question, you really don't know where they're coming from. So that's why I think, and why I changed years ago to just being willing to make claims, being willing to say to a guy like Father Paul, I think you're nuts for believing a cracker is actually the body of Christ. Now, to me, that's just out there, wacko. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I just think your belief here is crazy. Now, help me understand how this is not crazy. I actually think that's way more effective than the pure Socratic questioning, to let the person know that I think you're nuts here. And I actually would appreciate it more, because I'm not a guy who's easily offended, for a person to come up to me and say, you believe X, right? I say yes. I think that's nuts. I actually like that. If a person thinks a certain belief I have is nuts, because I know exactly where they're coming from. There's nothing hidden. All the cards are on the table. I think you're nuts here, and I think you're nuts here.
The person that has been actually treated like a real human being and they've been empathized with, they may actually be open to the idea that their particular ideas of God may not be right on. This is an opportunity to say, okay, what if there's a better vision for this? What if there's a better option out there?
Yeah, maybe that concept of God is wrong and my concept of God is right. Have you ever considered that? Well, maybe your concept of God is wrong. Maybe God doesn't care about you. Maybe God sits in heaven with his arms folded. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe he exists, but he actually doesn't want a relationship. Maybe God's autistic and he doesn't like hugs and long talks and emotions. God's autistic. I like that.
Faith teaches me about God and my relationship with God, and how that actually avoids some of the problems you've experienced. They'll actually be open to that, hopefully. Now, depending on who you're talking to, the topic that you then touch on will vary wildly. There are many, many different topics you talk about. Obviously, we can't go through all of them. It's impossible. That's where those books may be helpful. But what I want to do here is discuss a few of the common areas of presuppositions that come up and how we can learn to kind of question them and get people thinking about them in a different way. Okay? Everything I've said so far, does it make sense? Are we okay with it so far? Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, I agree. It makes sense. Socratic method questioning is very good. But I will make the claim here that over 50%, probably the vast majority of people cannot do it. I'll make even the claim, even in this live stream chat where I know there's a lot of people who appreciate the street epistemology and the Socratic questioning, I'll make the claim that the majority of human beings cannot do it. They cannot just ask questions. They cannot hear things that they think are extremely wrong and just let it go. They have to do battle. They have to fight. They have to say, you're wrong, and here's why. Am I wrong on this? Do you think most people could actually do pure Socratic questioning about a topic that they care about and hear false things and just let it go? I bet you they can't. I bet you over 50% can't. I don't have scientific studies to prove this, but through my anecdotal experiences after years and years and years of doing this, humans suck at that.
So, the first area is one that I've already mentioned. It's the area of the problem of evil. This is a very, very common objection. It usually sounds like this. If God is all good and all powerful, then evil and suffering would not exist in the world. Evil and suffering do exist in the world, so either God is not all good or he is not all powerful, or there's just really no God at all. Okay? Have we heard this one before? Yes. Okay. Here's the common Christian response. I'm taking a very, very long response. I'm going to truncate it down to just a simple paragraph because we don't have time to go through this whole thing. But this is the common Christian response. God, out of his love for mankind, created man to have free will. For God to intervene in every case of man freely engaging in evil and causing others to suffer.
What I just said, that it's really tough and over 50% of people can't do Socratic questioning only. I'm a pretty thick-skinned guy, right? I'm pretty dead inside. I just heard that, what he just said, and I got a bit of a dopamine rush. Like, this is just so wrong. He's coming about the problem of evil in such an incorrect way, and this is not the real issue. The issue is, why did God create anything in the first place? That he knew what would happen. But now the question is, if I was talking with him, could I just sit there and bite my tongue? Well, I've demonstrated in the past that I can, but would I choose to? I don't know.
To remove man's free will and essentially make him a robot. Man would no longer be man. Further, because man was made as the pinnacle of creation, as man fell away from God and became distorted, so did the world around him. And thus natural disasters occur in the world because man is out of communion with God and man sins. And this is the...
See, when I hear this, if you're a Christian listening, when I hear this, all I'm hearing is blah, blah, blah. I've heard this 100, 1,000 times. This is not the real issue. And so if you're a Christian and we are talking about this topic and you answer this way, maybe it's better for you to ask, okay, if I'm a Christian, I would ask, what rebuttals have you heard from Christians on the problem of evil? And then I would say, well, I've heard a lot of Christians say, well, free will is the main reason. God doesn't want robots, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay, that's what I was about to say, but it seems like you already know that, so I'm not going to waste your time. If a Christian said that to me, okay, I'm going to be very honest. If a Christian said that to me, I would fall in love with you. I mean, wow. A Christian actually asks if I've heard this before or what's a common answer, and I don't have to say it now. And now we can talk about why you reject it. But you could save so much time. And this is my weakness and a strength. My strength is efficiency, and it's also my weakness. I really don't like it when people waste time and they don't have to. Unless you're like smoking a cigar and the whole point is to waste time because you got nothing better to do. Which is maybe what I'm doing right now.
This is what caused the world to have suffering and evil in it. They're not actually created by God. They're not supposed to be there, but as long as man continues to separate himself from God, then the natural results of separating ourselves from God will exist. Those are suffering and evil. Okay? Now, are those true statements? Yes, those are true statements. They're absolutely fair arguments to make in response to this suggestion. And we could, again, give a much fuller and deeper explanation of these points. But having said that, do you think the other person's going to be all that convinced in the first place? Probably not. They're probably pretty entrenched in their beliefs. And so what you have to do is...
He says that like it's the atheist or the non-Christian problem. How entrenched are you, Father Paul, in your beliefs?
In the Socratic method and look at the underlying presuppositions of that statement. So this is a better tactic, I think, and this is more effective. I actually did see this happen in a debate where the atheist had no answer to it, and so he kept bringing up the same arguments again and again, and the Christian kept saying, yes, but you never answered my questions of, and what we're going to go over. And at the end of it, the atheist just looked like he was lost and had no idea what to do, and he didn't. He didn't know what to do. So here's the statement again. In all good and all powerful...
I wish he gave specific examples of what was asked and what was said.
God wouldn't allow evil and suffering to exist in the world. What is the underlying presupposition in this argument?
Oh, okay, I can tell you. What is the underlying presupposition in the argument that God would not allow evil and suffering? Okay, for me, I would say one of the main underlying presuppositions there is that God hates sin. That God doesn't want sin. That God knows the future. That God's all-powerful, that God's all good, that God doesn't want rapes and murders. He doesn't want children to be rape from a pedophile. Okay, now which presupposition would Father Paul disagree with me on? I wonder. I will guess none of those. I think he would agree with all of those. Oh, another presupposition on this problem of evil that I have, that God has free will. Do you disagree with that, Father Paul? My guess is we're starting from the same presuppositions. The real issue is, why would God create in the first place? See, and that for a guy like him, he would say, well, we're here, aren't we? So it's obviously did create, so now we got to try to figure this out. No. This is an internal critique that would we expect what we see given a God like this? I answer no, you answer yes. Maybe we should just go like that and walk away. I don't know.
Can anybody pick it out? What's the underlying presupposition? An all good and all powerful God wouldn't allow evil and suffering to exist in this world.
Yeah. Another presupposition I have in here is that there's a fine line and maybe no difference. This Christians hate to hear from me, and they'll want to scream, no, you're wrong. An all-knowing, all-powerful God, there's no difference between allowing and causing. Ultimately, there's no difference between allowing and causing, because of the counterfactual that if he wouldn't have created, none of it would have happened in the first place. There'd be no sin, no evil, no pain, no suffering if God didn't create. God created, knowing what would happen. Therefore, he's okay with pain, suffering, evil, sin. You can say he had just allowed it, but is it just allowing if he knows with certainty what's going to happen? It's not just allowing. It's enacting, it's causing this world to exist the way it is. Free will of humans does not get you out of this.
The underlying presupposition is that when someone says this, they believe there is a purely objective definition for good and evil.
Yeah, I know exactly where he's going with this. But we can use your definition of good and evil, an internal critique. God views, let's say, rape as evil. That is under your definition of evil, because it doesn't flow from the nature of God. It goes against the nature of God. Therefore, that's evil. God enacted a world where he knew with 100% certainty that rapes would happen. He saw that. He knew that. He said, you know what? I'm going to create anyhow. This is the real problem of evil.
Objective here means not subjective, and that means not reliant on any personal opinion and exist.
Objective means not subjective. Is God a subject? Is he? Is God a person? Is he? Does God have free will? Does God have opinions that flow from his nature? I always find it interesting when Christians say that morality isn't subjective and then view God as a subject, a personal God, a subject. Maybe you can put capital S on it, but still subjective.
Existing in reality outside of the human mind. Okay? So outside, just in a purely materialistic world, there is an objective definition for good and evil out there. And we should all know what that is.
What? We should all know what that is. Do we? Do we all know what that is? Do psychopaths? Do even Christians? I mean, is gay marriage a sin? So I've heard some Christians say no. I've heard most Christians say yes. Did God make that clear? Polygamy. Did God make it clear that polygamy is a sin? Or did he just allow it and say it's not the best way of marriage? Maybe it's an amoral thing, polygamy.
well, if man is really just the result of accidents in nature, and we're nothing more than just simply intelligent but purely material beings, where does objective good and evil come from?
What's the presupposition in that? That objective morality exists, right?
Where does it come from? Does it come just from nature? Where does our concept of them originate from? Do we see ideas of good and evil existing in nature all around us? Have you ever watched
Yes. Chimpanzees. Is he going to say that?
Discovery Channel? No. No.
What?
Of course not. There is no objective understanding of good and evil when you see the world around you outside of mankind. By referencing good and evil, then, the atheist assumes that something like objective morality actually exists in the first place, but he cannot account for its existence in the first place.
No, that's not true. I would disagree with that. Because you could just ask me, do you believe objective morality exists? I say no. Well, then there's no accounting for objective morality if you don't believe that objective morality exists. Then I would ask him, how do you account for objective morality? Or why do you believe objective morality exists? And you know what the best answer is, or basically the only answer they have is, because it just feels like it exists. Or...
Before? That one comes up all the time. There's actually 5 responses that I could give to this.
Oh, I'm
Number
going to hear
1,
this.
if all there is the natural material world, then is mere intelligence what leads you to that belief?
Yes. Why did you put the word mirror in front of intelligence, I wonder?
Because it certainly doesn't exist in the animal kingdom.
What doesn't exist in the animal kingdom? Intelligence or morality?
You may not need a god to tell you not to murder someone, but tigers don't need that. And so what?
That's right. We're like tigers. Except we've like probably chimpanzees, because we're more related to chimpanzees, bonobos, apes. They murder people in their own tribe. Does this guy not know this? They kill other chimpanzees. Sometimes within their own tribe, their own family. The only difference between them and us is we have vocal cords and we articulate things that we like or don't like. And when society agrees in a majority that this is something we don't like, we make laws and says this is illegal, bad. I know this sounds absolutely atrocious to Christians. I get that, because they think, well, I need something more than that. I need the God of the universe to give me this power, this gravitas, this oomph to say that this is wrong and you should do this. And if we just say we're like monkeys, then I don't have that. And I really want that. I honestly think that's what it boils down to. They just want this. They want to be able to tell people what to do. They want to be able to say what Hitler did is really, really, really bad objectively. They want a God of the universe to help them be able to say that with an exclamation mark behind it. But I'm saying you can say that without a God of the universe, without the exclamation mark. In fact, I could say that Hitler was acting on behalf of Yahweh, and what you think is really, really bad is actually really, really good for morally sufficient reasons that he has not divulged. What would you say then?
Different. Does morality just come with intelligence? Do we equate intelligence with morality? If we do, that leads to a whole host of other problems.
Like? I want to know. Does anybody know what he's talking about? What problems? What's the problem with linking intelligence with morality? Anybody know?
The second objection is you assume in this statement that murder is wrong, but you avoided giving an answer to where that supposedly objective truth comes from. Again, it doesn't exist in the animal kingdom. So why does it exist with man? You need to tell me objectively.
Yeah, I think I've had enough of this. It's basically, you need to ask the atheist or the non-Christian first, do you believe objective morality exists first? And if they say no, there's no accounting for it. I mean, the person does not need to account for it. I've actually had Christians tell me that they appreciate me just coming out and saying, no, I don't believe in objective morality. I do think we can get close, but if you're defining objective morality as something outside of humans, no, I don't believe it exists. But I do think we can get close to objective in terms of like 99.9% of all humans agree on certain things. Yeah. If that's how you define objective, yeah, then we're getting close to that definition. Because 99.9% of the world does not want nitric acid poured on their face. I think it's pretty safe to say that. Someone said that Paulogia talked to Eric Hovind.
Welcome to Paulogia Live. We're a
consistent way.
And I think that you've actually prepared a little bit of something for us to talk through.
Oh,
are you comfortable? How about you lay out for us?
Oh, this is exactly what we were talking about. This is just going to be a repeat of everything this Orthodox guy said, I bet.
How you see morality in a brief sense, and then we'll use that as a springboard. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I'd love to take one step back. Little subjects first, claims of Christians.
Sure.
And that's my first, every time you say that, I'm like, oh, I
skip the first 30 minutes? Okay. I trust Überscheiser.
You made the claim, I could be certain about my own thoughts, but then that goes against your earlier claims. So now you have to go, well, I can be mostly certain.
Well, this is part of the problem with the language about this, is that we use these colloquial phrases, and that's how it's easy to trip people up in this. They do think about these, their own maximum certainty as absolutely, even if there is a degree.
I guess I should invite Eric Hovind to talk to me someday. He's basically a typical precept, right?
Degree of certainty, above that. Also, people tend to be overly certain about things. Like they can be 100% convinced of a thing that is
not
wrong.
talking about convinced.
Well,
and you're going to say no.
Who's the we here? That's what I would ask. If the question is, can we have absolute certainty? First thing I would need to ask is, what do you mean by absolute? Because I have a feeling what he's saying is, can we have God's certainty? I would say I don't believe so, because I don't believe God exists. But what he's getting at is, if God exists, what Eric's getting at, if God exists, then he can give off this revelation, which is the type of certainty that you know that God has spoken and he has said X. So we know X is true. The example I tend to give is, even if this God exists and is the perfect broadcaster for revelation, the perfect output, are we perfect? So not only does God need to be the perfect output for this revelation, we need to input it perfectly in order for this type of absolute certainty to exist. Yeah, and someone's saying that he gets into Revelation. I haven't watched this, but I've been talking to precepts for so long, I know pretty much where they're going to go. I should turn the caps off, right?
That means, therefore, it is possible that we could have certainty.
It is possible, absolutely. You could convince me. You could convince me that there is such a thing as
I would say your very statement, we cannot have certainty, is you're having to dismiss it because it's an absurdity. Because to stay consistent, to hold your feet, to stand on your own foundation. And
see, this is where the Socratic method comes in handy. And I don't know if Paul does this, but if I was Paul, I would ask, can you give me an example of something we're certain about? Just give me an example. And if he hesitates, I would say, are we certain that this will fall to the ground if I let go? Are we certain of that? Do we know that it's going to fall? And if Eric Hovind says something like, well, we know because of the uniformity of nature, God has revealed through nature it's uniform, and we know it's going to fall. Oh, really? So you discount miracles now? That God could make the pen go up instead of fall? So I would ask for an example. I'm kind of cheeky when I could say, yeah, we can be certain about some things. Absolutely, Eric. And then he will ask for example. What's your example, Doug? I am absolutely certain I'm not your God. And I dare Eric to say, well, maybe you are my God. Well, kneel down and worship me, Eric. I know with absolute certainty that I'm not omniscient. That's another good one to say.
Be consistent, you'd have to say, I'm certain that I'm not certain of anything. I know that I don't have certainty. And at the same time, I don't know. It leaves you in this absurdity world. It leaves you in this world that doesn't make any sense.
It leads me in a world that is honest and consistent with my definitions of these words and with philosophers' definitions of these words. That's why I'm going, we keep bumping heads because
consistent. Those words have meaning that mean the exact opposite of what you're claiming. I can't have certainty. Honest, consistent. Those are based on like having certainty.
Yeah, if I were Paul here, I would say, yeah, we can have certainty in some things. In other things, it's through probability distributions. See, for guys like Eric, truth and knowledge are on and off switches. You either know it or you don't. It's either true or it's not. There's no slider on that light. It's a true switch. And that's the fundamental difference between guys like Eric and guys like Paul and I. There are some things where it's a slider, and there's some things that is closer to a switch. But even the dropping of the pen, is that knowledge that it's going to fall? Like if there's a chance, a 1 in a billion chance that if I let go of this pen on planet Earth and the ground's that way, that's going to go up. If it's just 1 in a billion chance because of miracles, do we have knowledge to say it's going to go down or not? This is what we need to ask people like Eric. Actually, I hope Eric doesn't see this video, because if I do have him on, then he might figure out ways to answer that.
And you're claiming
consistency has nothing to do with certainty. Consistency is whether proposition A and proposition B are compatible. That's consistency. And honesty is about whether I am saying the same things that I hold to be true. Like those are not conflating things. Those are different words with different meanings,
so
right?
It is not consistent to say we cannot have certainty, and I'm not certain of that.
What?
That's not consistent. It's not intellectually honest.
Okay,
so intellectually honest is different than honest. I'm
just saying. I think that when people posit that, I think either they are deluded into trying to hold these two views that don't go together.
Yeah, and we jumped 30 minutes because Uber Scheiser said start at 30-minute mark. But did they define these terms? Like, if you're going to talk philosophically about this stuff, you got to start to define terms like what is truth, what is knowledge, what does it mean to have certainty? Because I think Eric would admit that no human on planet Earth is omniscient, that knows everything. So what things do we know and what things don't we know? And on the things that you think we know, how do you know? And the things that you think you know, and you give an answer of how we know, and if your answer is revelation, how do you know that revelation is true? Well, it's because it's revealed to me in a way that I can be certain. Muslims could say the same thing. Mormons could say the same thing. And yet Eric would say they're wrong. They don't truly know it. That it's not true revelation. Then it comes down to this presupposition, I just believe it's true. Na. That's basically the presuppositional tactic. It's the na apologetic.
Together in their mind. I think it could be, sometimes I think it's self-delusion. They don't want these things to be true. So I think it could be a variety of things there. But anyway, that's where to have a conversation on morality, we have to have our conversation based on, can we find this? Can we know what it is? Can we be certain about what these are? Or is this, again, just flavors of ice cream and favorite candy bar, and you're going to tell me why you think Kit Kat's good, and I'm going to be like, no, Reese's is good. Think about this flavor. And it's like, who cares? Then everybody gets to pick their own candy bar. Let everybody be happy.
So, in a way, I'm actually with you on that. But
well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's your claim. That's not my.
No,
claim.
I understand. No, so
Right.
but you actually would want you're disparaging that view already.
Correct.
and you're like, I have no.
Actually, we should try to get. Did this just happen live? Yeah, it's Paulogia live. Or was this live, or was this what do you call it? Pre-recorded and then went live? Does anybody know? Let me know in the live stream chat. Because if it was live, there's a chance Eric Hovind's awake right now. If I tweet him, maybe I can get him on.
Problem with that view. Like you're so you and I would have very different characterizations of whether that view is a good one or not. And good
Yeah.
Like, was it a premiere or was it live?
Let alone
the
if
definition
we-
of good is where we need to go eventually.
So let alone, well, that's where we have to have a foundation of what truth is. So it's hard to even have this conversation.
Okay, so I gotta find Eric's Twitter.
And you've heard this before. It's like, okay, Paul, to have this conversation of morality, I'm going to let you stand on the Bible and have this conversation. And just for sake of the show, we'll move on. But I'm going to let you stand here that there is certainty, that there is even such a thing as morality to have this conversation. I mean, the conversation assumes morality exists on who can account for morality, where we're assuming something. What is morality then? You know, is anything
that's what I wanted
absolutely
to
right
ask
or
you.
wrong?
Oh, so I don't think so. This is your task to convince me that something is
It's not
absolutely
my
right or wrong.
task. No, don't put that on me, man.
All right. Well,
Persuasion is not something that I'm
no,
responsible for.
you know, I know that I know you've done this before. You know, the Holy Spirit would be eventually the person who would eventually, if I become convinced, would be the person that does that. I understand it's not your task.
I cannot open the eyes of the blind. I cannot,
no, exactly. So I don't. Yeah, that would.
All things are possible through Christ Jesus that lives in you, Eric. You can open the eyes of the blind.
Fair to put that on you.
In the name of Jesus.
However,
yeah.
Again, I feel like, and this is where I was hoping that we could discover the fact that we disagree with morality and yet we share some common intuition about morality is because we don't define morality the same way. Do you have a definition of morality that you operate under?
Yeah, I would say morality is the nature and character of God.
So whenever you talk about morality in all contexts, what you are talking about is the nature of God.
The nature and the character of God is. Yeah. So to give the example, why is lying wrong? God did not arbitrarily say, you know, I got an idea to make humans.
Okay, I just tweeted Eric. We'll see if he comes on. Eric, well, he's probably not here yet. But if someone sees him, let me know. Tag me.
Flourish on earth, because I'm giving them the command.
Is lying wrong, Eric? Didn't Jesus lie? Isn't God sometimes cause people to believe lies? Oh, I would have so much fun with Eric. 2 Thessalonians 2:21.
To fill the earth. In order to do this, you know what? I can see down the road, if they lie to each other, that's going to cause mistrust. And boy, things could go wrong if they do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and start off by saying, somewhere back here, you know, a couple thousand years after I start humanity, hey, let's not do the lying thing. That's not why God didn't decide to make lying wrong. Lying.
Yeah, but Eric should never have started with lying as something that's objectively wrong. Like, that's a horrible example, because you can think of many examples. Let's say Eric's right. Lying is always, always, always wrong, objectively wrong. I'm here to tell people in the live stream chat, please, please, in some circumstances, please lie. I mean, it could save someone's life. If it's a choice between making God sad or costing someone their life, please, I beg you, lie, lie, lie. Hiding Jews in the baseboards. Nazis knock on the door. Eric, what are you going to do? Are you going to lie? Or are you going to tell the truth? Please lie, Eric. And yes, God might be sad with you. You might be disappointed. And just say, Lord, forgive me. I did what I thought was best. You gave me this conscience. And my conscience told me this was the right thing to do in this context.
Is wrong is because God is not a liar. Stealing is wrong, not because God said, oh, well, I want personal property rights and I want... Stealing is wrong because God is not a thief. Adultery, he didn't look...
God is not a thief. Promised land owned by the Canaanites.
Down through the echoes of time and go, you know what? If they start, enjoying each other's wives and even people that aren't their wives, and they start having sex outside of marriage and stuff, that could cause some relational conflict. No.
You notice what Eric's doing? He's given reasons why lying is wrong, why stealing is wrong, without a God. He's giving, well, it doesn't promote a good society. You notice what you're doing, Eric? Hey, my one black friend. Good to see you, my one black friend. Thank you for the donation. It's Eric Hovind. Telling lies is a way of life. He can do it with sincere tone, too. Very talented. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. In fact, I like to acknowledge those who give here. I don't always do it, but when I do.
Adultery is wrong because God is perfectly faithful. So there's a grounding to why we have good and bad, and that is in the nature and the character of God himself. So we have to ground things morally. And
why? What was his reason? Why do we have to ground things morally?
Like, for example, if I took your answer to the question, is anything absolutely right or wrong, and you said no, I'm like, the conversation's really over at that point, isn't it? I mean, there is no,
which might be a good thing,
morality then, if nothing is absolutely right or wrong.
Well, that's what, but there is.
Please, Paul, ask him what he means by absolutely.
But you would agree, and you would appeal to normally that people have intuitions about what they think morality is, right? Like I would
say that God has written his law on every man's heart, on every man's conscience. Yes, a biblical principle is God has written his law on every man's heart. Right. Romans chapter 3, everybody knows right and wrong. Even those that didn't have the law all the way back through time, they knew, they understood morality. Because
everybody knows what's right and wrong. Everybody knows what's right and wrong. Really? Huh. So it's all about... Well, wait a minute. If everybody knows what's right and wrong, is he saying that no one is deceived about morality? Not one?
It's written on their heart, yeah.
Right, yeah. So that's a way you can convince someone like me. Perhaps, like, that's an appeal that we might...
I can't convince you of anything.
No, but if you're wanting to...
Oh, I would pounce on that. If he were on no one, I would have stopped and said, well, who can convince me? Eric, if you can't convince me, who can? And he's going to say, God. And so if I die a non-believer, it's because God didn't convince me? It's what God didn't do? Because I think Eric Lee, most presuppositionalists, if not all, lean Calvinist. So the reason why Paul's going to hell in Eric's worldview is because of what God didn't do. God didn't convince Paul. Oh, I could have... This would be batting practice.
appeal to me to bring me closer to your side, you'd say, hey, Paul, we both share at least this intuition about what we think is right and wrong, right? Like that's a bit of a common ground that you might sometimes appeal to, or
so you would agree with me that written on man's heart, his not his, there's not a physical writing on my physical heart in here.
I like that little smirk Paul gave. Right.
Me that written on man's heart, his not his, there's not a physical writing on my physical heart in here, that we have a somehow a non-material intuition, not made of the material world, of things that are right and wrong. You would agree with that?
So
please bring up chimpanzees, Paul.
Yes, I agree that we have an intuition about what's right and wrong, and
that is not material in nature.
Well, I feel like it comes from our thoughts, and thoughts are merely events, and so like they're based in material. So let's not get there.
But that's where it goes, man. You know it. This is
no, but the trouble is my intuition. So, but then that's when
I would almost be willing to go there with him. I know exactly where Eric wants to go. Like, you can't weigh an intuition. Like, how many grams does this intuition weigh? You can't touch it. You can't smell it. We're talking about emergent properties now, which I think rightly theists should pounce on, because it's one of the hardest things about humanity. But then I would go straight to animals. Do these intuitions exist in animals? I think Eric has to say yes. Are they also emergent properties, intangible? Yes. So they have consciousness? Yes. Do they have morality? No. Why does it stop with humans? Because we're made in God's image and animals aren't. But yet, we share so many similarities with animals. I wonder if there's some Christians who would be willing to go there and say that chimpanzees are made in the image of God as well, bonobos, apes, because the similarities between us primates are so huge. If we're made in the image of God, then chimpanzees have to be at least 10% made in the image of God, bonobos maybe 20% made in the image of God, apes maybe 30% made in the image of God. Oh, I like this. Apes 30% made in the image of God.
I start to think to myself, Paul, what do you mean when you intuit that something is right and wrong? And so for you, right, it sounds like right would be conforming to the mind and character of God, and something wrong would be something that is in conflict with the character of God. Is that fair?
That'd be a simple way to, yeah, I don't even mind. You can go to the dictionary. I even brought, and now the dictionary has changed the meanings of different words over time. I brought my 1891 dictionary here if we want to look up what they used to say. But yeah, I mean, right is that which comports with the character of God. Wrong is that which goes against the character of God. I mean, I don't even mind dictionary definitions, of morally good, because again, we're getting down to what is morality.
Oh yeah, I hope Paul brings up Old Testament atrocities. Good is what comports to the nature of God. Is it good to stick a knife in a child's heart? Eric would have to say, if God sanctions it, yes. I wonder how many Christians would answer that just without hesitation.
Acceptable, what is morally correct or honorable? Those ideas still stem from an absolute, stem from something that is not subjective. It's not flavors of candy bars. It's not flavors of ice cream. It's not favorite colors. It's some kind of standard. Yeah.
Do humans have intuitions about non-moral things?
Such as?
I don't know.
Oh, here's a good example. A baby sucking its mother's breast when it comes out of the vagina. That's not moral or immoral. It's amoral, right? That sucking instinct.
Do we have any, do we have intuitions that we should eat food? Do we have intuitions that we should drink water?
That we should breathe. Is that an intuition that we breathe? I'm not thinking about breathing, but I am.
We have intuitions about anything.
Would you call those intuitions about eating food and drinking water? I don't know if I'd call those
Instincts, probably.
intuitions.
Well, that's why I didn't want to, like, do you think there's anything in the same class of our intuitions about morality, about us?
That is written on our heart. I'd say it's written on our heart that God exists. We know that. All we can do is suppress that truth. I'd say it's written on.
I said vagina. Sorry.
Again, the
Okay.
love your enemy instead of hate your enemy would be an intuition that's written. Love people would be something that we know we should do. We don't always do it. We disobey our own conscience.
I think that's in the category of morality. So I'll ban.
Does Eric believe that some people truly act upon their conscience on their heart, written by God, and truly and sincerely do these things, and yet they're sinning? If yes, explain it to me, please.
And in that. So when I'm feeling, well, I think those other things are intuitions, right? They're things that we innately do, and we do with shorthands, we do with heuristics. We're not thinking about breathing. So when we're underwater, right? Like we intuitively, our bodies, go for air. Our bodies, and I feel like morality is in that same category, because when I think about right and wrong,
I don't know if I agree with Paul there. I know what he's saying, that initially at least we have these gut reactions of something's good or bad. But to me, morality is, or maybe I'm confusing morality with ethics, that it's something that we actually use our level 2 thinking, we slow it down and really look at the context. Like even when someone's charged with murder, is it really murder? We might have this gut reaction, oh, that person murdered someone. And then we find out later it was self-defense. Or it was for a greater good because they had a bomb on them. And so someone killed the person with the bomb.
I think about does something harm someone? I think about the second commandment, never the first. Love your neighbor as yourself. So when I think of something right, I think about that something that is affirming others and that is.
Are you here yet,
harm.
Eric?
And when I think about something as being bad, I think about that as causing harm or reducing pleasure, well-being, not pleasure so much, but well-being. In that realm, my instincts that a Christian Christians have appealed to with me in the past, those intuitions make equal sense under that framework, and under that framework, then I'm defining morality as the second commandment, essentially, that which doesn't, that.
I'm going to make a constructive criticism of Paul here. Paul, you're going a little too slow, and it's a little too. I would keep your answers shorter. Like one sentence with less than 10 words, and then ask questions. Just boom, bang, boom, bang. Like more like a court of law type idea.
Which helps my fellow human flourish, and which reduces harm and increases well-being. I know that where the imperfection comes, obviously, is our ability to predict how those things are, and the competition. And you would call this sin nature, but I would just call it, our self-preservation versus group preservation. I don't need you to agree to that definition at all, but I guess I'm just wondering, does it make any sense to you that it is a worldview that is coherent and consistent with these intuitions, or do you think no?
I even made a sign for this, Paul.
Cool. do we need?
Says who?
Yeah, see, this is it. This is what I said on the previous, when I was listening to Father Paul. This is why, guys, if you want to understand guys like Eric, this is what you need to understand. He needs an all-powerful big God to say these. Because if a little guy like Paul says it, who cares? Why should I listen to Paul? Why should I listen to Paulogia? But now if God says it, now we got something. Strong like ox, smart like tractor, right? This is what the Calvinists, this is what the precepts need. They have a psychological need to say, my big boss guy says it, so then it's meaningful. But if you say it, you're just a schmuck. Why should I listen to you? Well, Paul might have good reasons to say what he's saying. Whereas the big boss guy, who just do what I say, and don't ask why. One of the best questions to ask when it comes to morality and saying, well, we need the grounding from that God, only God can give. Well, what's the second best reason to do X? I know you say God says we should do X, but what would be a second best reason? Oh, that is a great question, because it will get guys like Eric to think, and he'll very quickly see, I hope, that he's just like Paul, just like me. Because often the second best reasons why Christians give on morality is usually the first best reasons for a naturalist. Not always, but usually. But for Eric, it's like, oh, my God said it, so do it. And if you ask, well, why should I listen to God? Well, what did Christian answer? Why should we do what God says? There's only two possible answers I think they can give to that. Number one, because if you don't, he'll punish you and you'll be in pain, which is actually a similar answer to what the naturalists say. Or number two, it's by definition. You just do what you ought to do by definition.
Who had the meeting that decided this? When was the meeting, and why wasn't I invited? Like,
so when you think about whether something's right or wrong, and when I think about whether something's right or wrong, you have in your head a bit of the notion of this, like something that the Bible wouldn't speak on directly. So, is AI good or bad?
In vitro fertilization, is sin or not? Now, if you're Roman Catholic, you're going to lean conservative Roman Catholic, you're going to say sin. But I'm curious what Eric would say. Two beautiful Christian, a couple, they want to have kids. They've tried. In vitro fertilization for two Protestant Christians. Sin or not sin, Eric? Thumbs up, thumbs down. What does the Bible say? Nothing, you say. It's silent about in vitro fertilization. I wonder why.
What's that?
It gave us all the principles that we need. Biblically, it did. And God wrote that on our heart. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, Danny, I can get that. So you got to kind of, since humans are fragile and emotional, you got to, I guess, and I'm speaking to myself. Okay, I'm not trolling you here, but I'm just asking you to articulate. Just articulate for me, in the best short answer as you can. Why ought one obey God? I guess you got to always preface it that way.
For me, I can't even get off that, because to posit anything other than that is, we get into this absurdity world now where it's arbitrary. I mean, I would hold this up and say, says who? It's like, that's arbitrary. Who cares what you think morality is, Paul?
Who cares what God thinks morality is? Why should we care, Eric? Can you please articulate? I'm not trolling you, Eric. I just want you to articulate for me and everybody listening, why ought one follow God's laws and obey what he says is moral? And then you know what? He's going to talk about things like, well, you can have life to the full when you do. You're serving your purpose, and therefore it gives you contentment and peace. And it can even protect your life, and you'll be more healthy. You don't get all these STDs if you sleep around and fornicate. I mean, and so you're healthier, and it's good for you. You know what? If Christians answered this way, I would be more apt to listen to them, because you know what? I want that. I want to be healthy. I mean, I don't want to get hit by a truck. I want to have peace and contentment. So how do I figure out all these things that I ought to do? Like, if God can see the future and he knows what's best for me, how can I tap into that in a reliable way and not just think it's my thoughts or my pastor telling me this, that is really, really true? He's left with, well, the Bible said so, right? And then Paulogia can press the little button. Da-da-da-da-da. No, what's the jingle? But, a lot of the things that Eric would say, it's for your own good to do what God says. And if he gives a specific example like fornication and STDs, well, guess what? There's a lot of atheists who don't get STDs. There's probably some atheists who don't even have sex before marriage. I know there's very few, especially in this crowd, right? All you fornicators in live stream chat. But my kids are, I don't know if they call themselves atheists, but we've talked about sex and the advantages of having one sex partner. There's also disadvantages, but one of the advantages is it's pretty hard to get STD if you've had one sex partner your whole life. Right? And you don't need God. You just make a choice. And then if you do have many sexual partners, you can take steps to mitigate. You never go out in the rain without an umbrella, right?
Well, but if the appeal is, and maybe you're not making this appeal, but people try to convert me and others by appealing to our common instinct about what morality is.
Thanks, Scott.
And what they would tell me is what's written on my heart. And if you're trying, and they're trying to say that is written in your heart is evidence of a God, right? Or at least I shouldn't ask you to confirm what other people tell me, because that's not fair. But when people are trying to convert me and convince me that they use a moral argument for God, if there are other things that...
I heard you can get STDs by sitting on a tractor. Reference Seinfeld.
Explain my intuitions in an equal way, it no longer is a argument for God. And so I guess maybe you don't make this argument for God.
Yeah, you can't even say equal way, because you're dealing with a complete, you're dealing with a complete, again, it's an arbitrary, it's an absurdity, it's a flavor versus an absolute.
Yeah, arbitrary. What does that word exactly mean? Without reason, right? Without reason? Isn't that arbitrary? Why is God's nature the way it is, Eric? And as opposed to something else? Why? Because it is what it is. It almost sounds arbitrary. It just is what it is. I think Eric thinks that he can bypass this idea of something being arbitrary by just appealing to God, but I don't think you can. No, Myron is a troublemaker. He is trying to unionize. He's a socialist. His political views makes me throw up. But I'm appealing to some part of his nature, and he's coming around. So yeah, I think Mr. Heath, he's trying to de-ionize and de-unionize.
Say it's equal. Nothing equals that. That's the problem. There is no equal to the absolute, the one who knows everything. You can't get above that. You can't get around that. You can't get by that. There's no way to go, I'm going to take my arbitrary opinion and I'm just going to sit here and go, says who? Mm-hmm. Who cares? I mean,
okay. How do you convince someone who doesn't believe in your God to do what's good? Eric, how would you do it? How would you convince Paul? Let's say there is a certain moral act that Paul wants to do that you say is immoral. Paul says it's moral. Now what? If Paul doesn't believe in your God, do you just give up? You do. You just say it's hopeless? No, you would reason with Paul. You would look at the pros and the cons. You would try to appeal to something Paul values. And guess what, Eric? If you do that, you're doing what's called the social contract. And this is how I think society has progressed or sometimes digressed in history. But still, you're left with trying to convince someone why a certain action is moral or not. So just holding up a card and saying, my God says so, guess what, Eric? Doesn't make a dent to a non-believer. It's useless. What you're doing, Eric, is useful for some people, but they're the people who already believe what you believe. Eric, what you're doing is useless for non-believers. It's utter uselessness. You don't want to be a tool, Eric. You don't want to be useless. Be productive, Eric. Find better ways. Rather than just saying, my God said so. And you, who are you? I'm saying this, Eric, to help you. To make you a better apologist.
Doesn't matter what you think. It's irrelevant if you don't have an objective standard. If you're not basing it on an absolute, nothing is equal to an absolute.
But so if I had thought to make a sign, my sign would say, who cares? If there's
I almost made that one for you because I made one that says why as well, because that's the other question that keeps coming up. Well, why? Why is that the standard?
Okay, yeah.
Why did you pick that as the standard? Why? And then the next question says who?
Well,
and then the next question after that is who cares?
Like I am because I am.
Answer the question, Eric. Who cares about your God? I mean, why ought someone follow it? I hope he answers this. Does he? No, I don't want to. Don't tell me. I don't want to have a spoiler.
I'm convinced that there is an absolute, and what I need to do as someone who attempts to be intellectually honest, and this is what I'm trying to have this conversation and to get some pushback is, am I missing something? Am I doing this wrong? Are there facts about the universe that I can test with using predictive power that would inform me that absolute morality is anything different than just intuition and a desire for it to be that way? Please,
you're denying the creator of it all. You're denying the one who made it all. You're denying.
Eric is answering a question not asked.
And that's where I'd say, you
Paul's asking, how do I test? How do I know that it's absolute objective morality versus just an intuition? How would I test the two? How would I figure that out? And Eric's answer is, you're denying reality. You're denying God. Eric, you got to get better.
Is it denying or is it testing? Is it denying or is it just seeking affirmation of?
No, you are actively denying. I mean, watch your videos, go back and watch them. You're actively denying God. You're not just contesting it. You're not just saying, I'm not sure. You're actively denying him. And it makes sense because those who are not regenerated are, the Bible says, at enmity with God. It's not just that you're wondering if God exists. It's like God says.
Oh yeah, he's a Calvinist. If you haven't been regenerated, you're in opposition to God, enmity. Whose fault is that, Eric? Whose fault is it? If Paul is denying God, whose fault is that? Don't say Paul's. Because if you say Paul's, then you're saying that Paul can regenerate himself to not deny. No. Only the Holy Spirit can regenerate the hardened heart. Paul is what he is. He was created this way. The default position is hell. The default position is sinful nature. Oh man, you could just, Paul, you gotta bat these, you gotta hit these out of the park with the Calvinists. The reason why Paul is dead in his sins is because God didn't regenerate him. All the suppression and the denial is because of what God didn't do. You should pray for Paul's salvation. You shouldn't be talking to him.
No, you're actively fighting against me. And I'd say anybody that watches your channel would say, boy, it sure seems like Paul is actively fighting against God. This is not I'm in a search to find. seems like, no, this is an active fighting against. And that's, again, what Scripture says, those are not for me or against me. It's not like there is no neutral ground. There's no, I'm neutral on this one.
Neutral
Is there
ground.
such a thing? Is there such a thing as a hypothetical person whose faith is in God and yet still wants to maybe test whether these things are true, or the second you start to test it, you've fallen out of that category?
Well, again, what does Scripture say? Lean not on your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. So I'm going to take every thought captive and make it obedient to Christ as a Christian. I'm going to do...
I would just simply ask a simple question. Is it wrong to test God? He's going to say yes. Is it wrong to test certain things in Scripture? I think he's going to say, yeah, that's wrong. So at this point, like, just make it painfully obvious to all the Christians listening that Eric is just a slave. My master said this, and that's what I'm doing. This book says this, and this is what I'm doing. I don't need to think. He just said that. Lean not on your understanding. I don't need to think. I just follow the recipe, follow the protocols, and obey. Make it painfully clear to everybody listening that that's what he's doing. Yeah, it's already painfully clear.
What I believe, I'm gonna submit my thinking. I mean, because this is the sin in the Garden of Eden.
Eric, you would make a great Muslim. You want to pull on his heartstrings? You call Eric Hovind a great Muslim. He sounds no different than the Muslims I've talked to. Doesn't Islam itself, the word means slave?
Satan said, God said this, Satan said this, and Eve was like, let me decide. And that's the same thing. I mean, you're my friend. That's the same thing you're falling for, Paul. You're falling for the same lie of, I'm going to be the arbiter. I mean, and this gets into, if I go, okay, let's not grant the Christian worldview. Let's stand strictly on the materialistic, atheistic worldview. Now we got a whole bunch of problems because you're right. My intuitions or my thoughts are just chemical reactions. Mm-hmm. Those aren't right or wrong. The words right and wrong don't apply to chemical reactions. You can't even, they make no sense.
Well, actually, if under my definition of right and wrong, they can, but that's fine.
So can I do this?
Does right and wrong make sense with chimpanzees?
Yes, I do have a slide on a series of slides. So you gave your definition of morality as an atheist, and it was right is that which doesn't harm, and bad is what causes harms. Right is something about helping
encourages human flourishing. So yeah.
Now there's lots of problems with that, and we could say, okay, let's grant that. Let's look at the problems. But let me first go. Okay, let me pull up. There's a guy who was an atheist. Let me go to this slide real quick. And now you'll have to forgive me. This is a long quote, but let me read this quote. Okay, he had just told the story of.
He explained with God, or are there other explanations that are equally plausible, or at least consistent with the evidence? If maybe they have, you might.
Oh, did he quote David Wood, a psychopath, on morality? The most important thing to me was not being a slave to people for whom I had nothing but contempt, but people had controlled me in various ways throughout my life, and this meant that they would need to be taught a lesson. I had a list of people going back to kindergarten who were going to be brutally murdered. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, someone please skip. I already did. I didn't even know it was David Wood. I skipped it.
Might say they have less explanatory power, or there's some other circumstance. Oops, that was not intended there. Let me play for you. I want to quickly play a clip of you, and just wondering how you feel about it in the light of time. Are you comfortable with that?
I have a feeling that based on the quote I just read, I'll be just fine with my statement.
Is this a setup?
Yeah,
let's. I was on the Fundamentally Flawed podcast with a couple of atheists, and they asked me. They said, "Eric, if you were not a Christian, would that let you just do anything you want to do?" I said,
It's not the same shirt, is it? You're not wearing. You've got a new version of this shirt.
No, I think is that a black one or blue? No, this is a
Oh,
newer
yeah.
shirt. Thankfully, that was
All right.
that was several years ago. So
Oh yeah, even if it is the same shirt, you're not going to admit it.
I have a closet of 30 of the same shirt, so I can't
me
talk.
too. Mine are right. You just, dude, you get older. You wait, buddy. When you get socks that are older than your kids, you're just like, wow, how did that happen?
Yeah. All right, let's carry on.
Absolutely. I would live my life with absolutely no restraints at all. I would do whatever I want. And that's where we get you guys get lots of testimonies.
I'd be in jail if I wasn't a Christian.
Whoa. This reminds me of the Penn Gillette quote. That when he became an atheist, he raped and murdered everybody he wanted to. And that number was 0. Now, the real question is, do you guys believe him? Do you guys believe Ray Comfort and Eric Hovind here? That if they, let's say 2 years from now, left Christianity, that they would actually be in jail, rape, murder, just do whatever horrible thing they want to do. Do you believe them that they would do it? Or are they just saying this? I lean towards they're just saying this. And that they use this as an excuse. Ray Comfort wouldn't last a week in jail. Yeah, he definitely would be a receiver, not a giver in jail.
I'd be breaking out of jail if I wasn't a Christian.
I would have gotten to counterfeiting.
So I assume that's still kind of where you.
Christian apologist admitting I would have gone into counterfeiting. Yeah, that's funny given that Christianity is viewed as a counterfeit to other gods.
Sit in your life, or would you revise that a little bit?
No, I think what David Wood said echoes it as well. Like, it doesn't make sense. I would try not to get caught, but if there's no standard, why not defraud people?
There is a standard, Eric. It's just not a standard based on your God.
Why not build a pyramid scheme and use my charismatic personality to try to win?
Now answer your own question. Why not build a pyramid scheme and scam people of their money? Why not do that, Eric? Can you think of a good reason not to do that other than God? You even said it yourself. You could get caught and go to jail. You don't want to go to jail, right? Well, that's a good reason. You want your freedom. Don't need a God to do the right thing there. What's another reason? Well, you don't want to take away the money of old ladies who need it to have their retirement. Like, you like old ladies, right, Eric? Or are you a young lady type of guy? You don't hate old ladies. You don't want to see them suffer, do you, Eric? Like, God or no God? That's a good reason not to defraud them. I bet you could go on and list a bunch of reasons why not to do these things. And your God is not needed. Your God is like an afterthought. Not even an afterthought. You could put God on the shelf and this God has nothing to do with it. When it comes to the actual reasons why not to do these bad, heinous things. Like, Eric, really think about it. You see a young girl that's very attractive, and you get excited. You get an erection. Nobody's around. Would you rape her? Yes or no? If you were not a Christian, would you rape her? If your answer is no, why? Why not? Maybe because you don't want to see the pain and the tears in that child's face? Because there is some empathy in you? And knowing that this could affect her for the rest of her life and yours, you have to live with the guilt. Or worse, you're scared to get caught, and so you have to now kill this person you just raped, which leads to you running away from the authorities for the rest of your life and hope you're not. There's so many reasons, even selfish reasons you can call them, not to do it. Now, if you say you would do it, then I think every atheist here should look you in the eyes and say, stay a Christian. If that's the only thing holding you back. But I do not believe you. Oh yeah, look at your father, Eric. Has Christianity stopped him from doing some of the things he's done? Ooh. Ooh. Where's the Holy Spirit there, Eric? Or do you now say your dad's not a true believer? I would submit that the Holy Spirit doesn't help you one bit, that this idea of God watching you is not the real reason why you don't do these bad things. I could be wrong. It could be that. But then that basically makes you like a child. You are a child, Eric, if that's the real reason. You're like the child that says, I'm not going to do X because daddy's watching. And if daddy catches me doing X, then I'm going to get a spanking. Don't you want to be the child that says, no, I'm not going to do X because X will hurt my brother or my sister. Or X will hurt me. Or I just simply don't want to disappoint my mother or father. Or sister or brother. Low blow, Doug. It was necessary. Should I go on? Does it get better? We've got a sense of what's going on here, right? I know there's people itching to talk to me now. They're feeling the prompting of the Holy Spirit to come on. So I will alleviate that desire by opening up the room. If there's a Christian listening right now who says that, yeah, I need this concept of God not to do bad things, I encourage you to hop on. I really want to know if that's true or not, or if you're just saying that. I'd love to explore that. And Eric Hovind, I tweeted you. If you're here, feel free to hop in. Read Mark 13:11 and call in Christians. I obey God because God is powerful. I admit it. So what? Yeah. Okay. You're scared of being hurt by daddy. But let's test it, Japheth. I'll encourage you, Japheth, to purposely do a small sin today and ask God to punish you. Ask God to punish you today for a small sin you do today. I mean, this could be great evidence for God. And you know, God's fair, right? If you steal a pencil from work, ask God to, I don't know, what's an appropriate response, punishment for that? If I was a father, how about tremendous, this is not totally equal, but pretty bad ear pain for 1 hour. Pain in the left ear for 1 hour. Here's a good test. If you're a Christian listening who works a 9-to-5 job, I want you to steal a pencil from the workplace and then pray to God to punish you for 1 hour with a earache in the left ear that day. Thou shalt not test the Lord your God. But we're talking about justice. We're talking about punishment. I have a choice and love that God has given us a chance to have a happy, productive life through his standard. Well, that sounds nice, but I would say that I have a happier and more productive life than most Christians. and I'm not a Christian. So you don't need God to have a productive life. You don't even need God to be happy. If I don't need God for that, why do you? Am I that much better than you? Yeah, clean sweep makes a good point. If you do something bad to your wife, like not listen to her for an hour when she wants to be listened to, you will be punished. You should fear your wife way more than God, because your wife will actually do something. God won't. What goes around comes around. Law of balance. Oh, you're that type of Christian. Talking about karma? Maybe you're not even a Christian at all. Doesn't sound like it. There are people on this planet who have done all the right things morally, in most people's opinion, and have suffered greatly. My sister's a prime example. She suffered like no one else I know, not even close, her suffering, and was what Eric Hovind would say, it was a outstanding Christian. So if you think as a Christian you do good, you're going to have a good life, you be wrong. And then there's people who do all the wrong things, never get caught. Don't get married. I say marriage is good. If you find the right person, you gotta, I mean, it can give you such meaning and purpose. Getting married, having kids. But if you don't know who you are and you're, I mean, you gotta have some type of stability first. Maybe even a career first. But even that, I'm changing my mind on. Because I see some young kids getting married young and you think, oh, this is terrible. But they actually end up dying old together. Yeah, marriage has treated me really well. I tell you, dating sucks though. Especially for kids nowadays. I feel sorry for you guys. How do you find a good wife, good husband nowadays? Maybe we should go back to arranged marriages. Let your parents set you up with the son or daughter of other parents. Go through all the criminal checks, background checks. Get dating out of the picture. Get even this human, common human definition of love. Just get out of the picture. Don't get married for love. Get married for companionship, reproduction. As Tina Turner said, what's love got to do with it? But if you define love as a commitment, then yes, love should have almost everything to do with it. What type of man do you want for your daughter? In all caps. Intelligent, man of integrity, stable, probably a nerd. Nerds are the best. Nerds make the best husbands, I think. Yeah, a nerd with a thick skin. And funny. Funny, thick-skinned nerd. Not crazy, but nerdy. Same with my son. A wife that's not crazy, not too emotional, thick-skinned, intelligent. You can't fix stupid, as Ron White said. You know, as you get older, your boobs can sag as a woman. Your skin can get wrinkly. All that can be fixed through plastic surgery, but you cannot fix stupid. Doug, as it so happens, I am all those things and I need a wife. Jack, well, get your parents to get a hold of me. And so my daughter's parents, me and my wife, will talk to your parents and we'll see if we can prearrange this wedding. You're a nerd, you're funny, and you need a wife. I thought you were engaged, though. Did you get rid of that one? You're thinking it's not good enough? But if we set this up for you, just know that I'm a capitalist and I'll take a cut. So, I don't know, 10% of all future income as you and your wife, my daughter. You'd be my son-in-law, though. Do I want a jack of trades as a son-in-law? The first episode I've heard Doug say, boobs and erection. Well, you know, I'm a doctor. I'm a medical doctor, and I use very scientific terms like boobs and erection. I wonder if Eric was here, if I could say boobs and erection, or if he would get all blushy and leave. Monogamy is a cultural construction. Yeah, of course it is. So is polygamy. I think a very small percentage of the world can handle polygamy and polyamory. Less so polyamory. I think it takes a very special person to have real deep relationships with more than one person. I mean, you got your jealousy factor has to be close to zero. Your organizational skills have to be off the charts, and your honesty has to be off the charts. So I respect polyamorous people. Like you got to be really, to be a true good polyamorous person, you got to be honest, organized, and thick-skinned, no jealousy. I mean, you have to be a freak of nature to be polyamorous. In fact, you'd probably make a good president. Polyamory for president. Mate guardian's evolutionary to a large degree. Yeah, I would agree that evolution, I think, leans towards monogamy over polygamy because of this jealousy factor that we evolved to have. I heard Carrier is polyamorous. Oh yeah, do we want a Jesus mythicist to be president? The thing is, if you're polyamorous, you gotta, like, you just can't go up to a regular person and ask for coitus. You got to go into these, you got to buy a different wardrobe and go into these dark places to meet people, and you got to have a code, a signal. Are you polyamorous or not? You just can't come out and ask people this, because then that'll, just asking them offends or is inappropriate. And you call yourself a conservative, Doug. I'd make a great president, I think, because I understand both sides. I appreciate both sides. But if you want a hug from me, and then no, I'd say go talk to this Democrat senator if you want a hug. If you want people to feel sorry for you, go talk to AOC. She's really good at feeling sorry for people. I'm happily polyamorous relationship. Just don't tell my wife. That's funny. The room's open if you guys want to talk about morality. Like, why do you need grounding for morality? That's a good question. Why ought one obey God? That's a good question. No, I don't have a politician I admire the most. Although I just emailed my congressman, Juan Cisco Money, because I want to get into the White House this summer and into the Supreme Court, like take the tour. You can only do that through your congressperson. Hopefully that will work out. Now that I'm a new U.S. citizen, I need to go and see where it all happens. I'll probably walk more in Washington, D.C. than going to Disneyland. I like Jefferson. Most of the politicians I like are dead. I went to the White House. It's well worth it. Good. Yeah, I asked my congressman to hook me up with all 5: White House, Capitol, Supreme Court, FBI headquarters, and what's the 5th one? The Library of Congress, Congress Library. Do you think morality is subjective or objective? Subjective. That's where I lean. Thanks, David Rutland, donating to your campaign, PineCreek 2024. Well, thank you. If I can do a favor for you once I become senator, you let me know, David. If there's something I can get you, something you need. If you need a pardon, if you're donating from jail right now, I try to get you out. If you have a porn star that you've had coitus with, I'll try to coordinate the hush money. You name it, David, I'm at your service. How much did Clinton have to pay for hush money on that? What's her name? Jones? I thought Clinton paid like way more than for the hush money than Trump's lawyer. Senator cannot pardon. You're right. I got to be governor. Governor or president. Only governors and presidents can pardon, right? Governors have power. Don't neglect the Museum of the Bible in Washington. No, David. I might as well go see the Ark Encounter if I'm going to go there. I'm kidding. It'd probably be interesting. No, there was hush money not just to Lewinsky. There was somebody else too. Right? I haven't checked the news. Is it? Did he get put in handcuffs today? Trump pleads not guilty to 34 felony accounts. 34. Can I find a summary of all 34 somewhere? The official indictment. Here we go. Suppress information, among other charges. Where are the 34 indictments? 11 invoices from Michael Cohen once per month. 3 entries in the general ledger. 2 checks, 9 checks. Man. Does this guarantee Trump's going to be president again? I think people think that this is a way to prevent Trump from running again, but this might actually guarantee his presidency. Unintended consequences. Not guilty to containing the hush money indictment and has consistently denied wrongdoing. Separate. Why can't I see a bullet points of 34 things? $30 counts of document fraud related charges. Man, none of this sounds like it's gonna stick. I should start making bets. Anybody want to make bets with me? I'm not even sure what I want to bet on, but my guess is there's money to be made here. I think I'm willing to bet that out of the 34 accounts, one will stick. I think that's pretty fair. The thing is, I think the goal is not to actually put Donald Trump in jail or anything. The goal is to just drag this along so he can't run for president. Is that the goal here? $20 one will stick. Well, no, I said one might stick. You got to say more than one, right? Trumped up charges, yeah. That's what I don't get. It's like the hatred for Trump is so scathing, so emotional. And the love, both ways. The way the way I've been built by nature is I throw up when I see people love Trump and just obey his every word, think he's the Messiah. That makes me throw up. And then the same way, the people who hate Trump with a passion go through this Trump derangement syndrome. That makes me throw up. Trump was 5.9 yesterday to win in 2024. He's now 3.85. Against who, though? Or Biden? See, that's what happens when theists don't call in. But this is current news, so I guess. Although it's, how important is it? CNN poll, majority of Americans approve of Trump indictment. 60%. I wonder if some of them approve of it because they think that will help Trump win. Maybe not this next election, but the one following. I don't know. Because think about it. Let's say he gets off on 33 of the 34, and then he just gets a slap on the wrist on that 1 or 2. And then he runs in 2028 on the witch hunt platform. That people's emotions just got the better of them. Can a convicted felon be president? I think if it's a misdemeanor, depends how serious it is. I think you can have a misdemeanor, right? But I don't think you can be a murderer and, well, unjust wars. Obama was reelected, and some would say he was a murderer. Clinton was reelected. Some people say he was a murderer. I'm not saying that. I'm saying some people say that. Doug would never win as an atheist anyhow. You never know. Times are changing. Actually, you know what? I'll make this claim. I know this is against the odds, but I'd claim that a lot of Christians in the United States would vote for me, a conservative atheist, before they would vote for AOC or Bernie Sanders. Anybody disagree with that? I think the animosity in this country against between left and right supersedes religion or non-religion. Are you left, right, or center politically? Oh, I guess some people don't know here. I lean pretty far right politically. That's why a lot of atheists don't like me. Because they view the right as just demons. They haven't matured enough to realize that people can think differently, have different value systems. Hopefully, as they mature, they'll figure that out. Then it's okay to be left. It's okay to be right. It's okay to agree on evidence, but look at its importance at different levels, values. Oh yeah, if I was a black, if everything was the same about me, but I was black, oh, I think I could win Senate in a heartbeat. Black privilege. You got to finish your sentence. Bedlam. Oh, you're not as right-wing as you think. Well, I'd say like on certain issues, I'm pretty far right. I wouldn't say extreme right. But I've taken a test. I've polled audiences more than once, I think. And people who've followed me for a long time, close friends of mine who lean left, they say, yeah, Doug leans pretty far right. Thanks, Waffles. I think you'd somehow be less likely to win if you were black. No, I think it's more likely a black conservative would win before a black, well, maybe not. I was going to say black conservative over a black liberal. You can also get your PhD for free, PC? What are you talking about? Yes, reincarnation, entertainment. I'm evil. Yeah, I agree, Paul Richards. What makes something okay in an atheistic framework? It's actions that are either according or against the standard. Thank you. But it's still relative, yes. So I, as an atheist, do not have, if you're a Christian, thank you, I don't have this gravitas that you might have if you're a Christian, but I'm okay with that. So typical standards of right and wrong include unnecessary suffering, net suffering, well-being, based on concepts like empathy, or goals. You have certain goals. If you achieve that goal, some people say that's a good thing. If you don't achieve that goal, but it still has to be tied to something that most people agree with. It's relative. I don't think objective morality exists, especially the way Christians define objective. And I'm totally okay with that. And as an atheist, I have raped and murdered exactly all the people I want to. And that number is 0. What would you say if someone asked you how your upbringing influenced your political stance? A lot, I would say, Doug. Just like other people's upbringing influences everyone on what they value. Just like you, Doug. You've told me, Doug Dean, you told me you experienced some really crazy stuff in your life. That's probably why you lean left. You've probably experienced many things I have never experienced, and that's why you're probably more compassionate than me for certain people. I admit it. I can't empathize with someone who's been sexually abused. I can only imagine what that's like, but I can't feel what they've felt, and it'd be unfair to ask me to. I do not know what it's like to go without food, not by choice, but because there's no food available for days. I do not know what that's like. It's unfair to ask me to emote, to feel what that's like, because I've never experienced it. I can imagine that it's terrible, but I have actually never experienced that. I have fasted out of my own free will choice, not libertarian free will, but what's the longest I fasted? I think 2 days? Maybe 3? The first 12 hours is easy. Day 2 is pretty rough. Day 3, it actually gets easier, I think, after day 3. Doug, what would you tell a friend who has recently became a Christian the last couple years and now is ranting about how the tribulation is coming? Oh, sounds like you have a crazy friend. You know, there's something to be said about nodding your head and slowly backing up. How old is this person, Jeff? The person's like over 30 and has just become a Christian over the age of 30 and is like deep into tribulation. the Antichrist, I would just nod my head and slowly back away. Maybe you could, if you were to engage, ask for certain markers, like get certain dates, certain concrete stuff that this person can write down, sign and date, and then just let time run its course, and then present the evidence back to them after 5 years and say, look, you believed X, Y, and Z. X, Y, and Z did not happen. Got to be very specific, though. Yeah, make them a bet on the tribulation. You're welcome, Jerome. You too could have this talent, Jerome, if you were a little more dead inside. After 2 weeks, starvation doesn't hurt much anymore. Yeah, sink into that warm bath of death. What makes me lean right? I saw someone ask. This should be on my political channel, but it's the basic difference between people who lean right and left is tough love versus soft love. I'm more of a tough love guy. Personal responsibility versus corporate or community responsibility, and I'm more of a personal responsibility guy. Not to say that their communities and governments cannot be held responsible. I'm not saying that. It's where you lean. So people who are raised on farms. Did I just break something? People who are raised on farms tend to value personal responsibility over community, and that's because they kind of have to believe that if they want to survive. They see every day demonstrable evidence of them doing stuff. Like if something breaks on a farm and nobody else is around, like you're working on a piece of equipment and it breaks, there's nobody else around to blame. You look in the mirror and say, I did that. Whereas when you're working with a group of people, you could always say, well, this person played a part or that person played. No, when you're alone on a farm and you're doing stuff, doing work, the buck stops with you. And vice versa. If you planted a field of corn and you from start to finish, and then after a few months you see the corn starting to grow, you look in the mirror and say, I did that. Me, not anybody else. I did that. So this whole idea of personal responsibility, this is why you'll see, just look at the political map. This is why rural areas are mostly red. People in cities mostly blue. And then with the tough love versus soft love thing, nothing wrong with either. You'll see people naturally have a proclivity to one over another. If you see someone hurting and your first response is to give them a hug, odds are you're a woman, number one. Not to say men don't do that, but a man is more likely to want to fix it. Like, what's causing you the pain? Let's fix what's causing it. Whereas a woman is, the priority number one is, let's just fix how you're feeling right now through comfort or whatever. And this explains why you'll have 60% of women being Democrat, only 40% men. And this also explains why when women get married to men, they tend to shift back to the right. I know people kind of hate it when I explain it this way because it makes it so clinical. It makes it sound like we're just a product of our environments, but we kind of are, right? Yeah. Someone on the left is more likely to say, society has caused this poor person to be poor. The society has caused this poor or this criminal to be a criminal, where someone on the right would say, no, this person has chosen to do this. Someone on the right can say to a poor person, you made a mistake. Bad person. Where someone on the left could never say that. When in actual fact, it could be true that the person made choices that were bad for them, that they chose, and that someone in the same situation who is equally poor didn't choose. And so someone on the left is going to focus in on making them feel better and not blaming them, where someone on the right would blame them. That's basically it. But then you can have specific issues like, actually, those principles run throughout almost every issue. Take closed borders, for example. Those poor people from Mexico, from South America, they just want a better life for them and the kids. That's soft love, right? It's like, don't blame them for crossing illegally because they're so desperate for hope. That's the soft love coming through. Whereas someone on the right would say, no, we have proper channels of, if you want to come into this country, you have to do it legally, blah, blah, blah. You got to make the right choices. And it's not your right to be in this country. It's a privilege. And if you want to do it legally, you got to jump through all these hoops. So you see those principles in almost every issue. Same with abortion. Well, let's see, is abortion that? Yeah. No, abortion's actually a weird one. Yeah, I won't get into that one. What's another issue? Oh yeah, taxation, same thing. If you're very, very wealthy, odds are you did something bad, evil. Because no one's that much better than another person. But if you lean right, you say, no, when it comes to making money, investments, making right choices, some people are better than other people at that. But someone on the left would struggle to say that out loud because that makes them feel bad. And they like to keep people feeling good. But think of it this way. If you lean left, I think you would have no problem to say that people on the left are more compassionate, have more empathy than people on the right. I think some people on the left would say that. Yeah, you're right. In the same way, some people on the right are better with other things. And this is why we need each other. My name is PineCreek. I'll be running for Senator 2026. Someone who doesn't believe in free will, I'm surprised you go for the personal responsibility so hard. Well, it's because it's like advertising. It's pushes and pulls, because I think it does work. And to me, the concept of libertarian free will, could we have done otherwise, is almost irrelevant, because you would need to know intimately and like almost like an omniscient being the cause and effects of so many things. But we know that shaming works. We know praise works. We know we can make people feel bad with our words, and we know we can make people feel good with our words. We know this, yes? We know people don't commit crimes because they don't want to go to jail. We know it works for some people at least. And we know that incentivizing people works at least for some people. So these are pushes and pulls. We know advertising works. Otherwise, why do people advertise so much and spend millions of dollars during the Super Bowl? So you can believe that there's no such thing as libertarian free will and still believe that we can have these concepts that work. Yeah, I could make t-shirts. PineCreek 2026, I'm dead inside platform. You too can learn how to be more dead inside. By the way, I discuss a lot of these things on my political channel. If you didn't know I had one, it's PineCreek Politics. I was actually going to go on it today, but then my dopamine was a little higher with the Orthodox Christian guy, so I went with that instead. You're very right about pushing and pulling, but to a point, many people were not guided in good ways and no fault of their own parents, and I don't know how much that can be reversed. Well, like even then, there's very few people who would disagree that, let's say you were raised in a very poor home, a broken home, single parent home, very poor neighborhood. There are kids born in that situation who never commit a crime. True story. It is possible, right? There's kids in those situations who do the best with what the situation they were born into and actually become productive members of society. It has happened. So I think as a society, we should look at those people and say, yay, amazing, good for you. And then the people who were raised in that situation who made poor choices, became criminals, whatever, boo, bad you. Well, it was society who did it to me. It was systemic racism. No, bad for you, because look at your neighbor who was raised in the same situation as you. They didn't make those choices. So you can, and I'm not strawmanning. This has happened in history. And granted, it's harder, but that doesn't relieve someone of their personal responsibility. But it's so difficult for someone on the left to do what I just did, to look a poor person in the eye and said, you made a bad choice there, buddy. Because it makes them feel bad, right? And your natural instinct is not to make someone from a marginalized group feel bad, or not make a poor person feel bad, because it might make them cry. Or it might make them realize, yeah, I screwed up. I'm going to take responsibility for my actions and not make the same mistake twice. You need both, right? You need both. You need the compassion and the tough love as well. I'm middle of the road with abortion, meaning I'm like most people in most Western societies. I'm okay with it before a certain time, not okay with it after. Gay marriage, I'm okay with that. Anti-war on drugs. I think a lot of drugs that we have today should be legalized, and it's already happened over time. But there's definitely some drugs I think that should still be illegal. Or some chemicals, I should say, maybe not drugs. But I think I could be easily persuaded either way to make all drugs legal. But then they have to be, like, I'm a right-winger who does believe in some regulation. Like, I do like the fact that the government makes sure that my milk is not tainted. Pro-separation of church and state, yes, I'm definitely separated. Okay with prostitution? Yeah, I think prostitution should be legalized. Okay with unions? Yeah, I think, but it should be, I'm okay with unions with this one caveat, that people should have the free choice to join a union or not. It shouldn't like, if you work for this company, you're automatically in the union and they automatically take money off your paycheck. Give people the choice. And I do think if people are given the choice, most, not all, most unions will go, they just die out. Okay with school lunches? But I think it should be based on need, just not every child get a school lunch. Like my children, should they get free school lunch? No, they're stupid. It's stupid for my children to get free school lunches. It's a waste of money, of government money, taxpayer money. Plus, it makes me feel bad as a father. And people on the left don't want me to feel bad because they're compassionate and they have empathy towards me, even though I'm a white male. No, actually, I take that back. White males you're allowed to be abusive with. White middle-aged males is the one demographic left that you can say almost anything to, and there's no repercussions. It makes me feel bad though. Like it's like these are my kids. I'm responsible for them. Let me feed them, please. Don't feed them on my behalf. It's my kids. My kids. In fact, in vitro fertilization, both my kids are test tube babies. I bought and paid for my kids, unlike some of you flag-waving phonies in here who actually had to do it naturally. I mean, you just got an erection and away you went. No. I had to pay for my kids. I got the receipts. One chocolate baby boy, $50,000. One Cocoa Puff girl, $50,000. You never forced your kids to go to church, right? Do you think that's immoral? I'm conflicted with that. Correct. I never forced my kids to go to church. Well, as a non-Christian, I never did. As a Christian, well, they were so young. It's like either they go to church or get a babysitter. So, and my wife was pretty good about it too. Like she doesn't force the kids to go to church. Why are you conflicted on that? Do you think it's immoral to not force? What are you saying, Jerome? I would lean it's immoral to, especially like at ages 15, 16, 17. That's where it gets gray. Like, I would say it's immoral to force your kids to go to church at that point. Practically, when they're really young, then they just go where their parents go, right? Would you say you're patriarchal? Yeah, I'd lean that way, and I don't think that's bad. But I also see the value in matriarchal societies as well. That's the thing. Like, there's certain buzzwords. You just say it, and then people automatically say, evil, bad. Like Mexico, isn't Mexico mostly matriarchal societies? Like in Roman Catholic households in Mexico. Oh, that was loud. Like the mother, the grandmother, they're the queens. Maybe we'll get to talk about religion, right, Zen?
Yo, you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I hear you, Zen.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry I took so long. I've been a little bit busy. I don't think I'll have a lot of time. But yeah, hey, how's it going, PineCreek?
Good. I've been talking about politics, so I'm glad you came in because you're probably. Are you going to talk about politics or Christianity?
Well, we could talk about some like philosophy and politics in a mix. My question, you know, you're a moral relativist, right? Or subjectivist?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say you're a conservative atheist, what exactly, like what tradition or what standard are you seeking to conserve?
Oh, you missed it. I already explained all this about half an hour ago. You must have been gone.
Okay, I have been listening, but yeah, I might for some reason your YouTube feed is really quiet, so maybe I missed it.
Oh,
yeah,
you know what?
Go ahead.
You could be right. Let me pump it up.
You're much louder on here than you are on YouTube.
Well, maybe your volume was low because I'm at 100%. Is my levels good for you, everyone?
It might just be me, but I can hear you fine.
It sounds like you lean Calvinist precept with even your question.
Not Calvinist. I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Oh, so by what standard am I a conservative? Is that your question?
Well, what standard are you conserving? Like, what tradition or what beliefs are you seeking to conserve?
Oh no, yeah, that's not what I mean by conservative. Then, what I mean by conservative is where I lean on certain things I value, and that's why I say I'm.
Oh, you are so when you say conservative, you're kind of conflating. I don't mean this in a derogatory manner, but like you're considering conservatism and like the Republican Party to be almost interchangeable.
No, or at least, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that there's certain values I have that a lot of conservatives share, like personal responsibility and tough love versus soft love. Those are the two main principles I brought up.
Okay.
That's all.
But then when you were listing off your social beliefs, like on abortion and the gay marriage, drugs, or whatever.
Yeah, I sound like a
All
liberal, don't I?
you do, yeah. Like, so that's why I was a little bit caught off guard when I heard that. Like, I thought he said it was
Yeah, well,
conservative.
let me take some of those issues and show how I'm still conservative, though. Like, let's say currently a certain drug is illegal to have. I would say that we should work towards legalizing most drugs. But if you get caught taking a drug that's illegal and you go to jail, that's your problem. That's your fault. So that's a conservative in me talking. If you know it's illegal and you do something knowingly that's illegal and then you get caught and go to jail, don't blame society that drugs are not legal yet. Blame yourself for knowing that it's illegal and still doing it. So does that help make you feel a little better that I'm a conservative?
So somebody in the chat said you're libertarian. I think that sounds actually correct. You're more so a libertarian than a.
Well, no,
like so.
I wouldn't even call myself a libertarian because I do believe that government is needed in society to have a productive society, and libertarians lean more towards like there shouldn't even be a fire department, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, you're not like an anarchist,
right?
No,
I'm not an anarchist.
Okay.
Like I do think there should be some type of social safety net, but I would lean towards just smaller than what someone on the left would lean towards.
Right. Okay. So I mean, I don't really like. It just sounds like general like.
I sound reasonable, right?
It just sounds like a Tim Pool type or something. I don't know. Like I don't. If you want my opinion, I think it just sounds boring because like
it is probably boring.
When I say conservative or when I hear the word conservative, I'm thinking like socially conservative. Far right on all the social issues. But whatever. Okay, so let's just move on from that. I was gonna grill you on that, but it turns out you're not conservative in the same sense that I mean it.
Yeah.
Okay. So if morals are relative, then let's get back to that. Why ought anybody listen to anybody else's ought claims if it's all just kind of opinion based?
Oh, because they might actually share the same goals and they can work together to achieve them.
But what if they don't? That's what I mean.
Then you have to sort of reason and argue with each other and see which position's the better one.
Mm-hmm. And if both sides are consistently in accordance with what they believe, like if I believe one thing that is antithetical to what you believe, but we're both internally consistent, how do we resolve who's actually correct?
We might not. Then it's left to then we could just walk away and say we agree to disagree. And then if we live in a society, let's say you and I disagree on something and we can't persuade each other. Then you take your case out to society, I take my case out to society, and then we vote on it, and that's how laws are put forth.
Yeah, so then like
so you might win. Right? Yeah, you might win, and then I just got to suck it up and say I lost. Oh well, and then I'll cry in my room for 2 hours, and I'll feel better.
Yeah, I don't know, because I don't even. I think it's presupposing that like democracy is good. Like what if so I'll take it even a little bit further.
You're right. It does presuppose
what if one side's anti-democracy and they don't concede that majority rule is actually what's good?
Okay, then we got to look at what the current society is, and if the current society is a democracy and someone's saying democracy is bad, well then they have to go out and convince the majority of people that democracy is bad, or they have to have a big gun.
I think the latter is where you kind of end up, unless like that's kind of what, if you look back in history of all the bad, the big mean bad guys, like the Hitlers and the Stalins or whatever.
Yeah,
they didn't believe in democracy, but they did believe in might makes right.
I got to be clear. I don't. When it comes to governments, I lean towards democracy, but when it comes to other areas in life, I don't. Like if I own a business and I got, let's say, 100 employees, I'm not going to run my business like a democracy. No way. Okay. It's going to be a dictatorship.
Okay, so how do we delineate when democracy is good versus dictatorship is good?
Yeah, it's according to the impact of the majority of people. So if I'm owning a business where I'm a dictator for 100, it only affects those 100, and they're still free to come and go. They can quit, right? But now if we have a government that's over, millions of people, then, that's different. That's when I think democracy is better.
Okay. Yeah, but again, then it goes back to like you think versus I think versus it just seems that if there's no universal
But what choice do we
standard,
have?
well, I think a third option is appealing to an objective universal standard of what is
No, but
good,
that doesn't
what is
help.
right, what is true. Well, it actually does.
How?
Because when you end up in these debacles that I'm presenting where two people just have a fundamental disagreement, but they both believe that their morality is arbitrary or subjective,
Mm-hmm.
then there is no correct path forward, because correct means two different things. But if there is an objective correct path to appeal to, that's the path
Okay, but we have
forward.
but we still have problems with that though, right? Like,
Okay, what is it?
Number one, we got to figure out what is that correct path.
Yeah.
And number two, we got to then figure out why ought I follow that correct path.
Right.
So
So
a non-Christian, for example, could say to a Muslim who says the correct path is Sharia law because it's from God. God, like Christianity doesn't even tell people how to live in a society like as a government. It gives basic principles like love your neighbor and so forth. But Sharia law actually gives how to run a society as a government. But the Christian would say, well, I don't believe that's correct. I don't think that's from God.
right.
And
Yeah, but then it would come down to determining what are the preconditions for and having a universal standard of truth. Like what you would need to have.
But the Muslims have that. They believe in God.
Well, I would argue that they don't.
Right. Now, how do we
Because-
solve that conundrum?
Yeah, we invoke what is true. And that's
But how do we figure out
Christianity.
what is true?
Again, we have to examine what the preconditions for this are, something that can account for our epistemology.
here we got a
our
situation
metaphysics,
where-
and our ethics.
But here we have a situation where a Christian believes in God, of objective standard, of an objective absolute truth. We have a Muslim who believes in objective truth, objective morality, and the standards. They both meet, from your view, the preconditions for all these things, the grounding, but they disagree with the specifics. So what do we do?
Yeah. I again, we would point, if you want to, you're not a Muslim, so you don't care what the actual rebuttal to the Islamic, theocratic prescription is, like that, like
Right.
the Sharia law that you're talking about. Like basically, the Muslim worldview is incoherent for theological reasons that, again, I don't think you care about. So that's why I'm not really.
Well, they
getting
would say
into
the
them.
same thing to the Christian. It's incoherent.
Yeah, and we've had that battle long throughout history, and it's already been.
Like Christians believe a
still a
God
topic of
dies.
debate.
Like,
No, we don't actually.
you don't believe Jesus died on the
No.
cross?
We believe that his physical body was separated from his spiritual body, in which he descended into Hades to kill
but
all
he
the
still
demons.
died.
No, he didn't, because he is God. He is eternally.
Jesus did not
has an
die on
eternal
the
life.
cross?
His physical body was separated from his
But did his physical body
spiritual
die?
body, because he had two natures. He has a divine nature and a human nature.
Did his
So
physical nature die?
His physical, he took his last breath and was resurrected on earth. Yes.
Yeah.
But he didn't die spiritually.
Yeah.
Because like when we say death in the Orthodox Christian worldview, we mean spiritual death. We don't just mean, biological death.
Okay, Jesus never died spiritually.
Correct.
So the wages of sin is death, it says, right?
Right. And Jesus didn't sin.
But the wages of sin is death. So how was that paid?
What do you mean? How was it paid?
How were your sins atoned for?
Well, we don't believe in like this substitutionary atonement. Like again, I'm not a Calvinist. We don't believe, it's called penal substitutionary atonement, where Jesus is like forgiving our debts for us. Like we are.
So what did
like
Jesus' death on the cross accomplish?
Well, he showed us that we can have eternal life. He reconciled man with God through the incarnation, and showed us that we can have eternal life through his resurrection.
Okay, so.
And that's what, but that, hang on, and to be clear, like that's what gives us a telos. That's what gives us purpose in the world, knowing that there is life after we take
I
our
got so
last
many
breath
questions
on earth.
about this, but we're off
Okay.
track with morality now. I just noticed.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
Well, how about this? Because I don't want to get bogged down, and I told you I don't have that much time. Like my my kid is sleeping, and that could change at any moment. So I don't want to like get bogged down.
Mhm.
But basically, what I'm saying is like in our worldview, we have this universal standard of morality. What like I know you don't agree,
Right.
but and then through the resurrection of Jesus, that shows us that we can have life after death on earth. We can have life after we
Right.
take our last
Yeah.
breath.
Okay. I understand that. I don't believe any of that's
and-
true.
and-
But how does
So, okay.
how does
yeah.
how does God help you? Like, let me ask it this way: why should I obey God?
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was gonna get to. So this gives us a basis for why we ought do anything good at all, right? But so why ought we obey God? Well, because God is the standard of morality. God laid down His commandments to us, gave us free will, so we have the choice to private His commands. But then if we truly subject ourselves to God and believe in Him and want to have union with Him, then we may be given eternal life. But if not, if we don't believe in that, if we don't want that, then basically, I guess you just believe we go to the, I guess we just go back to the oblivion where we came from. We just go back to the abyss where we came from. But then that brings into question, like, why ought we do anything good on earth if you don't believe that there's anywhere
Okay.
that you're
So
going
I
after
asked you,
die?
why should someone obey God? And I'm going to summarize in 2 words: eternal life.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then you said that if you don't want eternal life, why should I obey God?
Well, no, if you don't want eternal life, if you don't,
Yeah.
and that would entail that you don't want to obey God, obviously.
Right. So let's
so
assume
why-
I don't
then-
want
then
eternal
why-
life.
no,
Why should I obey
Why-
God then?
no, the question is, if you don't want to believe in God, obey God, believe His commands, whatever. If you don't want to be a Christian,
Mm-hmm.
why should you do anything good on earth that you consider to be good? Even I'll grant you your
Okay.
definition.
Great
of good.
question. Okay. So let's say I don't know. Let's give an example. Let's say I'm walking in a back alley and I see a young girl being raped by a guy. And this guy's way smaller than me, and I'm actually packing a Glock or whatever. I got the means to stop it, okay? And I do. Now, why do you think I stopped that rape?
That's why, yeah. You might have preferences to not want to see a woman get raped and suffer, and you might believe in some standard of justice.
Right. Isn't that good enough?
Okay. Well, the question is why, like, what reason do you have to follow any of these standards if you know that we're all just going to end up back into
You
the
already
stardust
answered
of
it,
where
because
we
I don't
came
want
from?
that young lady to suffer.
But who cares what you want if your life is just temporal? and
Okay.
it's gonna end
So now
soon
I
at
could
some point.
apply that, your answer. Who cares what you want, Doug? I can apply that back to God. Who cares what God wants? If that's what you're going to say to
Well,
me,
because
why
God
can't I?
is the giver of life.
Okay.
God is the giver of
And
life.
I'm the protector of rape.
Right, but you don't have you don't have the ability to resurrect yourself from the dead, do you?
No, I don't. So I should
Right,
do what
so-
God wants but I already told you I don't want eternal life. So
Okay, so that's what I'm wondering. Like, okay, so you don't want eternal life. You're not even looking forward to it.
no.
So but you do know that one day you're going to take your last breath.
Yep.
So when that day comes, who gives like frankly, who cares what you did when you were alive?
The woman
If
who
that's
wasn't.
all that is.
Yeah, I'll tell you who cares. The woman who wasn't raped because I saved her.
But she's going to die. She's going to die at some point too. If you don't believe that there's any eternal life, who cares what you think or what anybody else thinks or how they act on earth?
Oh, so it doesn't count unless it lasts forever?
Well, that's what I'm saying is that we're all going to end up back into the oblivion of space dust that we came from, according to you. So who cares what we do while we're here?
Okay, so this is a fundamental disagreement between us. I believe that things matter if they last forever or not, and you believe they don't matter unless they last forever.
Well, I believe that there is eternal life. So it's not. It's
Right,
that
and I don't.
But okay, so what I'm saying is that if that isn't the case, like if I grant that isn't the case, what reason is there to believe in anything good or act in any way that
I
is
just
moral?
told you, and it's because I don't want to see someone suffer. That's a good reason. Like, I have a daughter.
But why? But who cares about your wants? That's what I'm saying. Who cares about
And again,
what you want? What you
we're
prefer?
repeating ourselves. I can say, well, who cares what God wants?
That's not an answer to the question.
The lady who I helped not get raped, she cared.
Okay, but again, I'm applying this to like all temporal states. If it's all just a temporal,
But do you understand what
thing,
I'm saying? Like the woman who was about to be raped, and I stopped that. Don't you think she'd be grateful to me?
I'm sure she would.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Don't if you were
But I'm saying like when you die, who cares? That's what I'm saying.
okay.
There's no point. Like what? Okay.
This
how
is
about
our.
this?
We can agree to disagree on this. This is a fundamental disagreement that we have. We can just say, okay, we're different, and that's fine. I think things matter, even if they die, and that's the end. You say that it doesn't matter unless it lasts forever. We can agree to disagree, and that's it. Fine.
No, I mean I understand what you're trying to say, but it's like
You want me
Okay,
you want me so passionately to agree with you that, oh yes, it doesn't matter
not-
unless it lasts forever. No. And think of it this way: do you believe in hell?
okay. This is what I was gonna ask.
Do you believe
This is what I was gonna ask.
Do you believe hell exists?
Not in the same way that like you probably conceive of it.
Like you don't believe in eternal conscious torment.
I don't believe that God sends us to burn because we disobey Him like that. No,
But do you
that's
believe
that's
that
not exactly
do you
how it is.
believe someone can die and not go to heaven?
Yeah.
Where do they go?
Yeah. So but again, it's all by their free will. It's not like they get sent.
I
To
know.
go burn
My question is, where do
eternally
they
by
go?
God. And essentially what it is they come in contact with God and the spiritual world separated from the flesh, and because they worship the flesh, they experience that as something bad, and that's what happens.
Okay, so now think about that woman who's about to be raped, and I don't intervene, and she is raped, but she's a non-Christian, and let's say after she's raped, the rapist kills her. She's not a Christian. You just said she's going to go somewhere bad.
No, I did not say that. I don't make judgments on people's salvation.
I'm telling you, she's not a Christian. Do you believe non-Christian only Christians go to heaven, or can a non-Christian go to heaven?
I can't. We don't cast judgment on who goes to heaven and who doesn't.
What did the scriptures say?
The scriptures are a liturgical document meant to be interpreted through the context of the church. You, as a laity, as an atheist, especially, are in no position to be interpreting.
Do you think some people? You just said some people who don't die. Some people who die don't go to heaven, right?
I'm sure that that's the case. Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying this woman is one of them.
Well, I don't. There's no way that I could know.
This is a thought experiment. This woman is. If this woman is one of them,
I reject a thought experiment where I'm casting judgment on somebody's salvation.
You're not casting judgment. I'm making a claim here. You're not casting judgment. You're okay.
That's casting judgment.
I'm casting judgment. You're not. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm casting judgment that this.
Well, I don't believe that anybody can actually do that, though. Like,
you don't believe anybody can cast judgment?
Not accurately, no. Only except God.
Oh, so then you can't cast judgment that objective morality exists.
No, I'm talking about in terms of somebody's salvation. I know you thought that was a gotcha, but that wasn't it.
I think this is just a convenient way to get out of my thought experiment, because you know we're going.
It's convenient in the sense that it doesn't cohere to my worldview. You're asking me to step outside of my own worldview to.
You can't do that.
Appease. No.
You can't step out of your own worldview.
You're literally asking me, hey, imagine a world where fire is not hot. Okay, I have no idea how to interpret that.
Well, even that, I could imagine a cool flame.
What would fire be if it's not hot?
It would still be yellow, and it would have these flames. You could put your hand in it.
What would it feel like to get burned by fire? But
no, you're not burned then. Can I seriously?
No, imagine a world where you get burned, but it's not hot.
See, this is the reason why.
Imagine a world where you jump in water, but you don't get wet.
This is the reason why a lot of Christians
you see what I'm saying?
cannot even entertain
and
and understand other people's point of view.
Why is it that if somebody doesn't believe that there's anything after they die, what reason do they have? And I don't encourage this, by the way. What reason do they have to not just end their life now?
Because they still want to live?
Yeah, but again, who cares what somebody wants if it's all over with and it's dead and done when they die?
They do. They care.
But they're just a collection of molecules.
Yes.
Do they actually have? Does their identity and their preferences actually mean anything metaphysically?
Meaning is what the people give themselves or give others.
Right, and when they die, does that matter at all?
Yes, to them it does.
But they're dead.
Oh, you mean after that? No, then they're dead.
Right. Okay. So then who cares? You understand that
The
there's
other people who
there's no
lost them might care, like their parents, they'll grieve.
Okay, asteroid comes and blows up the Earth. Now what? Who cares?
You're right. If everybody's dead, then nobody will care.
Right. So there's no objective purpose in the world. There's no reason to actually care about any of this.
What do you
It's
mean
all
by
just temporal
objective?
and it ends. Objective meaning like that there's a real purpose. It's not just that something conceived.
What do you mean by
contrived in our
real?
mind. Yeah, I mean, okay.
You mean
what
God,
you're
right?
Gonna go down the yeah.
When you say real purpose and objective,
Yeah, I think the only way you can have objective, absolute truth is through a religious lens. Yeah.
yeah, you're really saying
through
God
God.
morality, God meaning God purpose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I agree with you. If there's no God, there's no God purpose. If there's no God, there's no God morality. If there's no God,
Yeah,
there's no
I mean,
God.
you don't have to use. Yeah, if there's no God, there's no
Yeah,
morality.
that's just a
what I'm saying.
tautology.
Okay, but what is okay? You don't believe that morality is actually real, though, do you?
If you define real as God, then no, morality is not real. If
What-
you're defining real as, it has to be
Is morality okay? Do you believe that there are metaphysical things in the world?
depends what you mean by metaphysical. If you're talking about intangible,
beyond the
like souls,
Yeah, beyond tangible material objects.
no.
No. Okay, so then morality it would be one of those things. So morality is not real to you either.
Yeah, with what you mean by real is God
What
initiated.
you mean by real?
No, what you might mean by real. I'm agreeing with you. If there is no God, there's nothing on your definition. There's no real morality.
No, but even in your worldview, there's no real morality either.
Depends what you
According
mean
to
by
you.
real, Zen.
That's what you mean. I'm not playing a game with you.
What do
that's
I
you
mean?
by real.
You've never asked me what I meant by real.
Yes, I did. I said, do you believe? Okay, do you believe that metaphysical objects or not objects? Do you believe that metaphysical things are real?
Okay, I'm going to try a different tact. Yes.
You do believe that metaphysical concepts are real.
Yes.
Okay, so what are they?
Emergent properties from the brain.
So we get metaphysics from a physical object,
Yes.
such as the brain.
Yes.
Okay, how does that work?
Don't know,
Then how do you know it's happening?
because I'm experiencing it.
What are you experiencing?
Depends what we're talking about. But if I see someone stab another person and I feel this sense of need for justice, I'm experiencing it.
But what is the nature of your experience? What is an experience to you?
Something that happens inside my brain and I feel it.
Okay, and is there any way for you to actually ground what you're feeling as ontologically true?
Yes.
How?
Through my presuppositions
Which are?
that reality exists.
What is reality?
The universe, all of it.
Okay, so everything in the universe is your presupposition.
That know that it exists.
But do you have access to like the knowledge of all that?
Not all of it. I have some of it.
Okay, then you can't actually ground it.
Yes, I can.
No, because you believe that it's all relative.
No, my presupposition is my grounding.
But do you have the full knowledge of what you're presupposing?
I don't need the full knowledge of the whole universe, but on that one presupposition, yeah, I do. Or what are you asking? What do you mean by full knowledge of the presupposition?
Okay, so when you answered yes to do you believe metaphysical concepts are real, was that a good faith answer or were you lying?
Well, this is so steeped in definitions.
Or are you just a materialist?
I am a materialist, yeah.
Okay, so then you don't believe in the immaterial.
Correct.
Okay, so then when I asked you, do you believe in metaphysical concepts? The answer was actually no.
But what I meant by
And then you started, but you said yes in bad faith and started word salading.
no, I'm using a different definition of metaphysical than you.
No, I'm saying metaphysical as in the immaterial categories, such as truth,
Oh
morality.
yeah, then yeah, and I'm not saying that.
Logic.
You never asked me my definition of metaphysical.
I did many. You're just playing games now, dude.
No, I'm
on.
answering very short, precise answers to your questions.
You are, but
But
when you were
I'm
doing that, they
forcing
were-
you to ask
when
questions.
you were doing that, they were in bad faith.
No. When you ask me a question, you're assuming that my definition is the same as yours, and I let you assume that, and so that's why you think it's bad faith.
No, but you just admitted that you don't believe in the immaterial. You only believe
Correct.
in material things. Okay, is truth material?
is truth material?
Yeah.
No, it's a concept that it's a
Then you
sort
don't
of
believe in truth.
It's an emergent property.
No, but you don't believe in the immaterial. Truth is immaterial, so you don't believe in truth.
That's your definition of truth.
No, that's your definition.
Did you ask me my definition? Yes.
I asked. Okay, so we went through this.
What's my
concise line of questions?
what's my
I
definition?
said, do you
of-
believe in immaterial things? You said no. I said, is truth material? You said no. Therefore, you don't believe in truth. That's you, not
what?
me.
No, say that again.
I asked you, do you believe in the immaterial world?
Yeah.
And you said no.
Right.
And then I said, is truth immaterial? And you said, or I said, no, is truth material? And you said no.
Does that mean it's immaterial?
That would follow that truth is immaterial if it's not material.
It could be an
it's
emergent
real.
property of the
Or
material.
is truth real?
That doesn't make
Is
it
truth real?
immaterial.
Is truth real?
Yes.
Okay, is it material?
Truth?
Yeah.
Yes. It's like asking it's like
Truth is material? Where is it?
Zen. Is digestion material?
So you don't know where truth is?
Zen, can you answer my question? Is digestion material?
I asked you a question. You're answering my question with a question.
Right.
Don't mute me.
Right.
Don't mute me. I see you hovering over my
But-
my icon right now.
But Zen,
Don't do that.
Zen, please be a little bit charitable. When you ask,
I'm trying.
like, I'm not trying to, let's not make this a competition of butting heads, okay?
Okay.
Let's have a real conversation. So when you ask me, is truth material? I hear it as, please try to understand me as one human to another. I hear it as asking, is digestion material? It's almost a nonsensical question because digestion is a process that the material does. So when I hear you ask, is truth material? I view it as a malformed, a terrible question. Do you understand that?
You said that you believe that truth is
Do
real.
you understand what I just said?
I understand what you said.
Okay,
Yeah, I
repeat
understand
back
the
to me
word.
what I just said.
You said that it's a malformed question.
Why is it a malformed question?
Because I don't. Do you think that truth is a process?
Right.
Do you? Is that what you
No,
think?
it's like a process. It's like when we talk about truth, we talk about something that comports to reality. And then the next question is, what's reality, right? And then we figure out what is real based on observation and testing. Sometimes it's really easy and sometimes it's really tough. So
Okay,
it's a
what about-
process, right? It's taking evidence and figuring out, is it truth? Can we make a prediction? If that prediction comes to fruition, we say it's based on something true. So it's a process. That's why I asked you about digestion. It's a process.
Did you just say what we say is true is what becomes true?
No,
Can you
no.
repeat that part?
I'm saying that truth, I define truth as something that comports to reality. Then the question that a theist might ask, well, what is reality? And reality is something.
You already admitted that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, reality is something. The way we figure out what reality actually is through evidence and through testing. And then you can ask, well, what does that mean? How does that get us to truth? Well, basically, if I make a claim like when I let go of this pen, it's going to fall towards the ground, that's a truth claim. It's either true or it's not, right?
Okay, is there but is the truth value itself, is that material or is that immaterial?
I would say, again, you're asking the same question, but it's a malformed question. It's like asking, is digestion material or is it immaterial? I would say it's a process that material things do. And like truth is something we find out through material processes like testing and evidence.
Well, that would presuppose.
Yes.
You can't do.
Yes, you're right.
When
That
you-
presupposes things. I admit, I
That
agree.
presupposes induction. If you're talking
Yes.
about the scientific method, that presupposes induction.
Correct.
Which would again presuppose some standard of truth external to yourself. Do you
Right.
believe in that?
Right. I agree
What
with
is
you.
it?
I agree that it assumes certain things, and I already admitted to you those are my presuppositions.
But can you actually justify those to be true?
Okay,
Or are they just
good
your
question.
beliefs?
I'd say no, but I would say that nobody can justify presuppositions because that's the basic starting point.
Okay, so then I can just presuppose that
Yes.
you're wrong and I'm right.
Oh, no. I thought you were going to say I can
Yes.
presuppose
You
God.
just did. No, I can just presuppose that you're wrong and I'm right.
Then,
Now what?
okay, then we talk about,
I don't have to justify that according to you. You're wrong, I'm right.
then we can talk about areas of, let's say, contradiction or tensions in your world versus mine.
Well, none of that matters because I don't have to justify that I'm right either way, and you're wrong.
Yeah.
Either way.
Well, if you want to just presuppose that I'm wrong and you're right, and let's say I presuppose you're wrong and I'm right, then what do? Then it's like becomes boring.
Yeah, it's incoherent. It's insane to
It's not
believe that you don't have to
incoherent. It's very coherent.
No, it is. It is. If you don't have
It's
to justify
stupid.
your presuppositions, that's insane.
No, it's a conversation stopper. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's
So do
why-
you want to
that's
stop the
the point.
conversation then?
I would prefer not to because I believe that you have to justify your presuppositions.
Okay. How do you justify yours? Maybe give me some help.
You don't believe that you have to. Do you? Okay.
Zen, how do you
walk back that
justify
we
your
have to?
presupp? First of all, what are your presuppositions?
Why are you asking me that if you don't believe you have to justify presuppositions?
Well, maybe I should, and I'm asking you for your help. How do you justify your presuppositions?
I'm happy to talk about that.
How do you justify your presuppositions, Zen?
Well, I'm happy to. I promise you, I'm happy to talk about that. But are you walking back that you don't have to justify presuppositions?
No.
You're not. Then that's.
How do
why
you
are you asking me
justify
that
your
question then?
presuppositions?
Why are you asking me that question if you don't believe you have to justify them?
Because you think you do.
Yeah, I know I do, but you don't. So why are you
Right.
asking me?
Because you said you do, you have to. So I'm asking you to justify your presuppositions.
But I believe that we both have to. I believe that everybody
Right.
should have to.
Right. So now
But
justify
you don't
your
believe that.
you
why
justify
are you
your
asking me that?
presuppositions then.
Well, okay. Again, I do believe that we should all have to justify our
Okay.
presuppositions.
Do it for yours.
You don't believe that we have to. It doesn't matter. Whatever I could say I justify my presuppositions.
I just want to hear it.
Yeah, I justify it with pepperoni pizza. Okay, and what do you care? What's your response?
Is that are you being honest right now? Is that how you justify your presuppositions?
No, but if I tell you that answer, okay, I justify my presuppositions with the revelation of God. Now what? Now I'm being honest.
Okay, now you're being honest. You justify your presuppositions with the revelation of God.
Yes.
How do you justify the revelation?
What do you mean? Because God revealed it, and we can reason to it.
How do you know God revealed it?
We can reason to it transcendentally with logical and disjunctive syllogisms.
Be more specific. Like, how do you said revelation of God? You didn't say syllogisms.
Yeah. Premise one, or no, it's if logic, reason, and other transcendental categories exist, then God, logic, reason, and transcendental categories do exist. Therefore, God.
So you're using God to justify these syllogisms, and then using the syllogisms to justify
I'm saying
God.
that God having God as this as a transcendental mind is the precondition to even using logic, reason, rationale, morals in the first place.
So your justification for God existing is what?
I'm saying that it's due to the impossibility of the contrary. It's the
Oh,
transcendental argument.
So you justify God exists because it's impossible for God not to.
Right, and that's demonstrable just through the way that we live and act, and the fact
It's
that we're
demonstrable.
through the fact that we're using transcendental categories right now, transcendental reasoning right now as we speak.
Okay, so I am on a steel man you. You justify your presuppositions by saying it has to be true because it's impossible not to, and it's also demonstrable in that we're even thinking and talking right now.
Say that again. Say the last part again. I mean, sorry.
That's demonstrable that because we're even talking and thinking right now, so therefore God.
Yeah, the fact that we're using logic and reason right now as we speak. Yeah.
Okay, and your presuppositions exactly is what? Like I said, that the universe exists. Your presupposition is what? That God exists, and that's it.
Well, no, my presupposition for this conversation is that I'm right and you're wrong.
Yeah, but now we're going to be honest with each other, right? So
why should we be honest?
You don't have to, but your
why should we?
Your presupposition is
why
God.
Should we, though?
Is your presupposition that God exists?
Well, no. Why should we be honest?
Is your presupposition that God exists?
See, you're allergic to answering questions.
I answered all your questions. Did I or did I not answer all your questions?
I just answered a bunch for you, and now I'm asking you, why should we? If I just want to presuppose that I'm right and you're wrong, and according to you, we don't have to justify presuppositions, even if that's not my honest presupposition, why should we be honest?
Because it leads to a better society.
Says who?
Me.
And better by what standard?
Me. I said that.
Well, what does your opinion matter? You believe that
I'm PineCreek.
truth and logic and morals are subjective.
Right.
So what does it matter if you believe that this is better? What if I don't? I don't have to justify that.
Well, then
to
we
you.
would have a conversation of examples where it can lead or not lead to a fruitful society.
But the conversation that we have starts with our presuppositions, and you don't believe that we have to justify those.
Okay.
Every single
you know
thing
what? I
that you
learned
say
something
or
from you
do-
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned that maybe I should justify my presupposition that the universe exists because of the impossibility of the contrary. Yeah,
Okay.
That's how I justify it. It's impossible for the universe not to exist.
How did you determine that?
How did you determine that that's impossible?
See, answering questions with questions again.
Yeah, and it's effective. You know why?
No,
You don't.
it's not effective, especially when somebody calls it out as it's happening.
Why is it not effective?
I haven't answered hardly any of your questions with questions.
Why is
I've
it?
been-
Why
I've
is?
been-
Why is Jesus did this? He often asked the Pharisees questions when they.
Because he spoke in parables. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm speaking in parables right now too. I'm being more Christ-like.
No, listen, dude. Okay. You presuppose that the universe exists due to the impossibility of the contrary, and that gets you to truth how?
My presupposition is that the universe exists, and I justified saying it's the impossibility of the contrary.
Is the universe
Is that a bad
material world?
is that a bad justification?
Well, it depends on what do you believe that the universe
Is that a
strictly
bad
material?
justification?
Well, I think that it is, and I'll tell you why.
But that's the same
Because
justification
if I'm
you
not-
had.
Because if I'm not mistaken, you believe that the universe is a strictly material world, but yet truth and all the other things, the morals and whatever, all these other things are metaphysical, immaterial concepts.
No, I
So
never
that
said
would
that.
not fall. Okay, are they?
No, we
Okay.
already went through this.
So how,
Let's get
no,
back
no,
to
we
the.
actually haven't been through this.
Okay,
We
I
actually have
gotta
not
mute
been through
you.
this.
You asked me to justify, and then he left. Very sensitive. My presupposition. Oh, he's back. Good.
Okay, I'll stick around if you don't mute me. Don't mute me.
No, you can't tell me what to do. This is my channel.
Okay, but if you mute me again, I'm leaving.
Okay, well, that's not a big loss to me. But
That's fine.
we can make
If
a
you-
deal.
If you don't want to talk anymore, we don't have
We
to.
could-
But I'm happy to sit here and keep conversing as long as
Let's
long
make
as
a
we need
deal
to.
with each other. 10 seconds for me, 10 seconds for you, back and forth.
I can't guarantee that, but I will do my best.
Okay, and
to
let's
adhere.
also make a deal. One question from you, one answer from me, one question from me.
I
one
also
one
okay
answer to you.
that I definitely can't agree to because
You can or can't?
no, I can't because there's lines of
Oh.
questioning and in these kind of
No.
conversations, there's lines of questioning.
It's called
Come
tit
on,
for
man.
tat strategy, like in game
No,
in game
that's
theory.
bullshit, dude. Come on. There's lines of questioning that you go down when you have debates or discussions.
Is it fair for you to ask 3 questions and for me to ask 3 questions?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna form a hard line rule like, oh, I get 3, you get 3, you get 6,
Well,
I
you're-
get 6. That's
Well, you
ridiculous.
formed a hard line rule that if I mute you, you're gone. Why can't you?
That I did. Yes.
Why can't you make a hard line rule that isn't it fair? 3 questions
Because
for you,
I'm
3
trying-
questions
I
for
am-
me.
Okay, because muting is what completely stonewalls and stunlocks the conversation, and it's just a
Okay.
way for you to try to impose what you believe.
And
without
I
me
said I
getting to
won't
respond.
mute you if you agree to this. 3 questions for you, 3 questions for me, back and forth.
I'm not going to agree to because conversations are fluid, and sometimes one person wants to ask 3, 4, 5 questions in a row, and the other person just wants to
Okay,
ask one.
let's say
or
you
2.
ask 3 or 4 or 5 in a row, and then are you going to allow me to ask 3 or 4 or 5 in a row?
I've been letting you ask.
Okay,
your
I know. I'm
questions.
just.
It's that
Are we agreed that that's how the conversation is going to progress?
I will attempt in my best faith to proceed charitably, and I believe I have actually. I believe I've been very charitable to you.
Okay, and so this is my channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will not mute you as long as you go with 3. We'll be flexible. 3 to 4 or 5 questions for you. 3 to 4 or 5 questions to me.
Yeah, but we can't be. I'm just.
No,
I get what you're saying, but we can't be rigid and legalistic about this. We need to just let the
I'm a
conversation flow as
fundamentalist.
it has been.
No, I'm kidding. Well, no, that's why I get flexibility, 3 to 5. But you can't just go on and on and on and then change topics or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with our presuppositions, because that's a great place to start, no pun intended.
Yeah, but you don't. Okay, before we do that, do you believe that you have to justify your presuppositions?
Do I believe? I say no still,
So then, why are we starting there?
because
We don't have to justify it. There's no debate.
okay, please just ask your question and I'll answer it. Then you can ask a new one. Okay. Why do I believe that I don't have to justify my presuppositions? Because of this issue of infinite regress. If I make a claim and you ask, well, why A? And I say because of B, and then you say why B, and I say because of C. Why C? At some point we got to stop and just say it is what it is. There's no further back. So to justify a presupposition is saying, why presupposition? It's a starting point. And in philosophy, I'm what do you call it? I think I'm a foundationalist, and so I do believe in starting points, and I think you do too. Okay, so that I answered your question. So now you can ask me the next one.
Well, okay, I understand what you're saying about the eternal regress or the infinite regress. But at the bottom of everybody's foundation, at the bottom of everybody's paradigm, it's gonna end up circular. But it's a matter of being able to justify said circularity, or if that circularity is just like, if that circularity is self-defeating within itself. And I would argue that the only foundation that you can have that is circular and coherent is the Christian worldview, where you have an account for the metaphysics, the epistemology, and the ethics that we all use in our world when we converse with each other. The only account for that is the Christian worldview.
Okay,
So it's a matter of comparing the two paradigms, comparing the two worldviews. And if you say that your starting point is the universe exists, but you believe that the universe is strictly material, then you don't even have an account for metaphysics at all, because it's all material. That's not a question, by the way.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
just a statement.
I was about to say you talked for about a minute and a half.
Well, okay, so then maybe we lay down some other ground rule. Like we're just having a conversation. It doesn't have to be an interrogation both ways. I can just make statements.
Well, I'm just going to let you know I'm not going to respond unless I'm asked a question. Okay.
Then I guess I'll just lecture your chat. Like, what do you want me?
No. If you don't have any more questions for me, then I can ask you questions.
I mean, do you have a response to what I just said?
No. Well, I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree, of course, but
on what grounds?
So here's my question.
But I just asked a question. What the fuck?
Your question is on what grounds do I disagree with? You said so many
my
things
statement.
that it's.
Yeah, I said a bunch of stuff. On what grounds do you disagree? That's the question.
Yeah, because I think my presuppositions can account for the things that you think the Christian worldview can only account for.
Okay, but you believe that the universe is strictly material, so I don't believe that you can account for the immaterial metaphysical concepts in the world, and you can't account for ethicality. You can't account for any of those things.
Okay. Do you have another question for me?
What do you think about what I just said?
I disagree.
Bro, are you like a malfunctioning robot? Like
No, we have to do it this way, otherwise we get in trouble. Like, because then we just talk over
by
each
who?
other.
The teacher? Come on, dude, just fucking talk. Like, be a normal person. Like, I'm a normal guy, you know that, right? I'm not a Darth Dawkins clone. Okay, I'm just a normal guy.
Okay, if you're a normal guy, then let's be a little bit charitable to each other. Earlier when I said that if I could justify my presuppositions, why don't I just say the impossibility of the contrary? And you said that was a bad justification. Is that correct?
On your view, yes.
But it's a good justification on your view. Is that what you're saying?
Because I don't presuppose that it's just the universe.
Right. You presuppose
Yes.
God, right?
Yeah, the Christian God specifically.
Yeah. Okay. But you notice how that's special pleading?
Go on, explain.
Because it's the exact same justification for our presupposition. I use the impossibility of the contrary. You use the impossibility of the contrary. But you say it works for you, but not for me.
Yeah, because again, the standard that I'm using to presuppose, truth and morality, etc., is a personal and transcendental mind that is God, that transcends the physical and the metaphysical, and allows us to have a union between the two, a bridging of the gap. Whereas you believe that the universe is just an impersonal material state of existence with no telos, no purpose, and no personal mind behind it. So that does not get you to account
but
for.
would you?
Last thing,
Okay.
that doesn't give you an account for ethics, epistemology, and metaphysics.
So are you saying then that it's actually impossible for a God not to exist?
Yes.
Okay. See,
for the Christian God not to exist,
but
I believe
I'm different than you, where I would say it is possible for a God to exist. I don't believe it does.
Okay. Congrats, you're more tolerant than me. I don't care.
Yeah, you do see me as being more open-minded then?
Yeah, I don't consider open-mindedness a virtue, though.
Well, I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong. Are you open to the possibility that you're wrong?
If it is demonstrated, then yes, but I don't believe that you don't even have the faculties to demonstrate that. So no, not in this.
Okay, context. Maybe I don't have the faculties, but what would change your mind then? If it's possible for you to be wrong, okay, did you just admit that you could be wrong?
If it were, I don't believe that the faculties exist for God to be proven wrong. No. So no.
Okay, so there's nothing that would change your mind.
Well, I understand what you're trying to do here. The answer is no. There's nothing that's going to change my mind as to whether or not the Christian God exists. But you're trying to paint that as like I'm just like some dogmatic preacher that believes no matter what, and I can't be convinced. But you are in the same boat when you say you don't have to justify presuppositions. You're dogmatically in favor of what you presuppose. So we're actually no different in this.
Well, regard. No, but I did admit that.
But I am open to hearing you out. Absolutely.
Okay, but I also admitted that my presuppositions could be wrong, right? I said that I could be wrong, and your God could exist.
I mean, I personally could be wrong about things, but I don't believe that I could be wrong about the existence of God.
The Christian God.
The Christian God, yeah.
Okay. Now, what if the God does exist and I'm wrong? But what if a God exists and you're wrong and it's not the Christian God? Like, is that impossible?
No, I don't believe that there's any other God. Okay, so I believe that little g gods do exist, like false gods, idols. But so the answer, I don't know exactly what you're asking.
Well, what I'm asking is one of your justifications for God existing. It was the impossibility of the contrary, but also you said the tag arguments that I'm familiar with.
Well, if there's I believe that there's an absolute truth of the world, an absolute unchanging truth of the world.
Right.
If that's not the case, then I can't know anything. So who cares? But there's no right or wrong.
No, but what I'm saying is, let's say there is a God existing, but it's not the Christian God. You could still use the tag arguments to justify it.
Yeah, the tag argument is very specific to the Christian worldview, though.
Is it?
Yes.
Because I think I've heard Muslims use it.
I've never heard a Muslim coherently.
In fact, I know I have.
You could use it, but I don't think they can do it effectively.
But that's all I need. If you could use the tag arguments to justify the Muslim God,
dude, I could use a spoon to chop fucking, vegetables, but it's not efficient.
But do you agree? But do you agree that a Muslim could use the tag arguments to justify?
Not effectively, no.
What would make it ineffective versus ineffective?
Well, because part of the tag argument entails the revelation of God through Jesus Christ, the incarnation, and the Muslims don't believe in that.
Well, they believe in the revelation through Muhammad, though.
No, they just believe that Muhammad is a prophet, a messenger.
Right, and they believe Jesus is a prophet, just like Muhammad.
Right. So, but they don't believe that God actually revealed Himself in human.
But we're talking about beliefs now, right?
Because that's the only way. Because again, this is the only way we can actually understand God is if He communicates with us as humans. So He reveals Himself as a human.
Yeah, Muhammad revealed Himself as a human.
Well, Muhammad's not God.
I know, but he revealed God, and he's a human.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, the Quran.
No, he didn't. He just wrote a bunch of stuff down.
He just wrote. Are you saying that a guy can say that God told him to write stuff down and not be from God?
Yes. That's not a gotcha. I know what you're trying to do. Not a gotcha.
So, if a guy can say that God told him to say stuff and it not be from God, how do you determine the cases when it is from God and when it's not?
Again, because you're going to have to determine if it accounts for the precept or the preconditions for knowledge, for
The Muslim
epistemology,
has
for
that.
ethics, etc.
God,
No, they don't.
Allah's the
No, they
precondition for
don't.
knowledge.
Because they're God. They're God. They believe in this oneness Unitarian God
Right.
that doesn't have an account for even the one in the many or any sort of any standard.
The one
of
in the many is
revelation
not a
or any
problem
standard
for a
of
Muslim.
metaphysics. What's that?
The one in the many is not a problem for the Muslim.
Yes, it is a problem.
No. They would say no.
Yes. Okay. That doesn't mean that I would say, okay, this goes back to I'm right, you're wrong. Like if I don't have to justify that, then I could say anything.
No, but they are justifying it. The Muslim will justify it saying that using the tag arguments. But then you said, but they don't do it effectively. And I asked, well, what's effective, what's not? And you said something about revelation. They don't have Jesus.
Because the only way to have a coherent revelation is if it's revealed to you as a man, because we are men. We're human. I mean, man isn't human.
Okay, don't you believe Genesis was revelation?
I believe that that's part of the Holy Scriptures. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we believe in progressive revelation, where the revelations that Moses had received were lesser than what Isaiah had received, and lesser than what the disciples, the apostles, had received. But the fullness of the revelation came through Jesus Christ and his church.
Right. So before Jesus, there was still revelation.
But it wasn't we had not received the fullness of the revelation yet.
Right, but before Jesus, there was still revelation.
But not in its fullest, correct?
Right, but it still existed. It wasn't full, it wasn't complete, it wasn't finished, but it was revelation.
Correct.
Okay.
Sure.
So how do you tell the difference? I already asked you this. How do you tell the difference between someone claiming revelation from God is true versus claiming revelation from God is false?
Have you wait, before we continue, remember that rule that you set that we're doing like three questions? I've now let you go down, just to be clear, I've now let you go down a line of about
fair enough.
10 questions.
You can ask me questions.
Okay, fair. So basically what I'm saying is stop bitching about me taking you down lines of questionings and then you starting to dodge with questions. Okay? Like by answering the questions with questions.
Okay, why don't you answer the question I just asked, and then you can ask me questions.
Okay, go ahead. What's the question?
How do you tell the difference between revelation from God that's actually from God and revelation from God, someone claiming it's revelation from God, but it isn't? How do you tell the difference?
Because it would be in accordance with the prior revelations, and it would give you, again, a coherent worldview that can account for your metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. And that's what the incarnation of Christ and the New Testament is, and the establishment of his church.
Okay.
We're still in a continued process of revelation to
I
ourselves.
I heard you.
Through the church.
So your answer is if it's in line with prior revelations.
Yeah, it would have to be in accordance with what was revealed previously, for sure.
Okay. I got a ton of other questions, but you can go ahead and ask.
Yeah, again, I'll go back to if you still don't believe that we have to justify our presuppositions, why did you go down that whole line of questioning asking me to justify my presuppositions?
Because you said you should justify your presuppositions.
But you don't believe we have to.
Right, but you believe you do.
Okay, so I'm right, you're wrong. I don't need to justify that. The Christian God is real, and you're wrong.
Okay, and then are we done?
Cool. So I win. Okay, also I win.
This is very interesting. Can I ask how old you are?
I'm 27.
And you still have this winning mentality.
Well, we're having a debate. Yes, debates are about winning. Yes.
Okay. And do you think this is what is
you're trying to pull this passive aggressive bullshit where it's like, oh, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to.
What is
No, we're having a contentious debate right now, and I'm declaring that I win because I presuppose it. Now what?
Do you want a medal? I can have.
I don't know. I'm wondering what do we do? Because you don't believe I have to justify that claim.
No, I said presuppositions, not just claims about.
Yeah, it's my presupposition is that the Christian God is true, you're wrong, and I'm right, and I win.
Can someone claim they won a debate and be wrong about that?
If it's their presupposition, according to you, then no, they can't be wrong because they don't have to justify.
Oh, so it's your presupposition you've won this debate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you think other people would agree with you?
Doesn't matter because I don't have to justify it by the other people agreeing.
Okay.
Come on, dude. Again, I am trolling, but you've got to understand it's because you don't believe you have to justify presuppositions. That is absurd. Because I can just say
But not
those-
everything.
I can just,
Not everything's a presupposition, then.
but I'm if I just declare what my presupposition is, then we don't then that is my presupposition.
What makes for a good presupposition? Like if I say
Doesn't matter. You don't have to justify it. There's no good presuppositions or bad. You just don't have to justify it.
no, I guess what's the difference between a presupposition and just a claim? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, I think your presupposition would have to be your starting point. Oh, are you doing a poll now? Yeah. Okay, let's poll PineCreek's chat to
I'm
see
kidding.
if PineCreek won. Yeah. No, but a presupposition in all good faith is what your starting point is that
Yes.
informs the rest of your worldview.
We're agreed.
Right. But you don't believe that you have to justify that.
Correct.
And my honest presupposition is through the revelation of God, the Christian God, and the impossibility of the contrary. If you truly believe that I don't have to justify that, then you shouldn't be asking me to justify it.
Right.
We should just move forward. But then we just disagree fundamentally, and now there's no conversation to be had there either. So it's absurd. You have to justify presuppositions.
Right. And you did. You justified it by saying it's impossible for it not to exist.
Yeah, but you haven't justified yours.
And then I said, okay, well, what if I use that same justification? You said it doesn't count.
Because
And then you made me sad.
what you're presupposing doesn't have an account for the immaterial world. You think that the universe is strictly material.
Yeah, but if you come from the worldview that there is no immaterial, then you don't have to justify what you don't presuppose.
But you use immaterial concepts every day, every moment of every day.
See that, and that's a good point. Because this is the difference, and I agree with you. Like, consciousness is a weird thing, but I do think that definitely we can come to agreement that consciousness is wholly dependent on the material. Can we at least agree on that?
Say that again. No.
Oh, you
No,
don't?
I won't agree to that. I don't agree that consciousness is material.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying, can we at least agree, though, that consciousness, reason, that sort of thing, is dependent on the material?
No, because I believe that God is a transcendental mind that allows us to have both physical and metaphysical experience.
Yeah, and this is where we might have a reasonable.
So I don't think one presupposes the other. Or I don't think one precedes the other. That's the word.
So you're saying your consciousness is independent of your body?
No, I'm saying they're both dependent. They're codependent on God.
I know, but I'm asking.
I believe that the person is made up of mind, body, and spirit.
Right. And I'm asking you, if you believe that, you're saying that you can have one without the other, or no?
You can have one what?
Like, can you have a spirit or a mind, let's say, or consciousness, and not a body?
There are like angelic hosts that aren't physical bodies that still are agents.
But what about you?
Well, I'm a physical person. I'm a person with a mind, body, and spirit.
Right. If we killed your body right now, would you still be you with a mind?
Well, I don't know where I'm going when I die. I don't know for sure that
I didn't ask where you're going. I asked, would you still exist as a mind or as a consciousness or a spirit?
In the physical world, like on Earth, no. But I do believe that there is an eternal afterlife, but I don't necessarily know exactly where I'm headed in that. I can't cast judgment on my own salvation.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you believe that you would still exist in the immaterial world without a body.
I believe that there is an immaterial world that we're going to when we take our last breath on Earth. Yeah.
Okay, and you believe this because
God revealed it.
Because
it's in accordance with the Christian worldview
in the Bible
and the church. We don't condense. So again, this may be something you just watched that whole video with the Orthodox priest.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we as Orthodox don't hold to like Christianity is just condensed to the Bible. We believe that there's that Jesus established a church in his time on earth, and that there's a living church that's in accordance with the Bible. So I mean, I'm just making.
Yeah, you're not a typical evangelical. You're not sola scriptura.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Correct.
I got you, and I will concede to you that consciousness is probably the best thing to talk about with a materialist. because it is freaky to me, especially when I see it in animals. It just freaks me out. The fact that flies can, go one way and then the other way. And these are the questions I have. Is consciousness in a fly? Is it in an ant? Is it it's definitely in a dog and definitely in the dolphins, but where does it start? Where does it end? So if you did say you won on something, I don't have you won on that point. I do not know how consciousness works. Is it an illusion? Is it real? Are we even talking right now fully instinctually? Like, is this just all instinct? Because I always give this, I give this analogy about playing chess. Do you play chess?
I do.
Okay, great.
I'm pretty good. We should play sometime.
Magnus Carlsen, when he plays, is it Blitz or Rapid? What's the shortest one?
I think that is Rapid.
Yeah, Rapid.
No, it's Blitz. It's Blitz. Sorry, it's Blitz.
He said that when he's playing Blitz, he's not thinking. He's just reacting intuitively, instinctively. And I sometimes wonder that what we call consciousness is just slow intuition.
I'm so sorry. I was reading a text. Can you repeat the last part?
I'm just thinking that maybe consciousness is slow intuition.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint precisely what consciousness is. But I do believe that if we don't have a metaphysic to appeal to, then consciousness really isn't a thing, and it's just a bunch of atoms clashing into each other and making sounds and going through mechanistic processes.
Yeah.
I think consciousness necessitates free-willed acting agents, which we are. So that necessitates.
I get where you're coming from. The problem I have, though, is it seems like all the evidence we have is that they're at least dependent on each other. Like when people die, they're not thinking anymore. At least we have no evidence to think that they are. And I would change my mind on this if we had evidence that people who are dead are actually thinking, reading stuff, I don't know, going to locations here on planet Earth. I would change my mind in a heartbeat, but we don't.
Well, when you say the word evidence, you mean empirically, materially verified, right?
Yeah, something that would cause me to change my mind. Like,
well, that can't. Okay, if you believe that evidence is strictly empirical, then there's no way you could have empirical evidence of a metaphysical experience
sure
occurring after death. No, because it wouldn't be physical. It wouldn't be a physical experience.
No.
Like when we die, we're in a
Here's how. So let's say we killed you and you went on top of the operating room and saw a random number generator. You're metaphysical, you're immaterial, but the numbers are material. Then we bring you back to life. You're back in your physical body so you can talk, and then you tell us what the numbers are. That would be strong evidence to me that consciousness is purely immaterial.
Yeah, but you wouldn't accept it if somebody
I
said
would.
that happened. Like, okay, well, what do you say about the resurrection of Jesus then?
That these are stories and books.
Right. So why don't you believe that?
I would, and I'm consistent. I would believe that Jesus Christ, I would be more likely to believe Jesus Christ rose from the dead. My confidence would go sky high if you were to say to me, look, Doug, I'm a Christian. Jesus said in the Gospel of John that I will do greater things than he, that I got the power of the Holy Spirit in me, and that in the name of Jesus, miracles are possible. And then
sounds like a charismatic evangelical. That's you're not going to get that.
Are you a
from
cessationist?
Me. I don't know. What does that mean?
That miracles are not possible anymore, or are not done anymore?
Oh, hell no. No. I definitely believe in miracles.
Okay, so Zen, this is what would change my mind on Jesus rising from the dead. If you were to come to my city and we go to a graveside, and as we're walking, I point to a tombstone, you say, in the name of Jesus, rise, and the person...
But that sounds like some Wiccan pagan practice. What we believe as Christians in terms of miracles is that they're sanctified gifts through Jesus, through his church. And I can point to you a recurring miracle that happens every year. It's actually set to happen in about a week.
What's that?
It's called the ceremony of the Holy Fire. It also called the Holy Light.
Oh yeah,
Holy
I've heard of
Flame.
that one.
So yeah, in Jerusalem, where Jesus's burial is, there's a church called the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, sometimes also called the Church of Holy Wisdom, where they hold a ceremony every week, or no, every year on I don't know if it's Holy Friday or if it's on Pascha, but basically they have secular guards that check the priest. Like there's a priest that goes into a tomb. He gets checked by the secular guards to make sure that he has no lighters, no matches, no torches, nothing on him. He goes into this tomb, says a prayer, and comes out with a lit flame, even though he had no way of lighting that with a lighter or anything. Not only that,
Is there any, do they check inside the cave?
Yes.
Like
they check everything.
You can make sparks with like flint and whatever. You can...
But this is the kicker. This is the kicker. That flame, and you can. I encourage you. I actually encourage you to try to debunk this, because this is what really sold me. One of the things that really sold me is that this flame doesn't burn you for 33 minutes, and that signifies the amount of time, the amount of years that Jesus lived on earth, 33 years.
What do you mean it doesn't burn you?
The flame does not burn you for 33 minutes. So, and you can find videos of people holding it up to their face, waving it over their arms. Does not burn them. It's a mirror. It happens every single year. It's not very well known in the West.
It's on YouTube?
Eastern Orthodox. Yeah, look up the holy fire, holy light. I don't know exactly which one will come up.
So there's video footage of people having a flame held underneath their arm?
Yes.
Holy fire.
Yes. Yeah, I even encourage you, you don't have to do it right now, but go on Google and type in holy fire debunked and try to debunk it, because I tried and I couldn't do it.
Oh, see, I'm seeing, hang on. Why is this Muslim music?
Yeah, it's often confused with, see, look, she's holding it over her arm, like clearly, like you can see the flame contorting around her arm, and it's not burning. Not burning.
Okay, can I give you my take on this?
Yeah. Look, you see it? Tell me this is fake.
Oh no, it's not fake. Like there's a flame there. Okay, my first observation, being the skeptic I am, is why is she not doing it on her skin?
There are videos of people doing it on their skin too.
Because she could be wearing and she didn't hold it very long. Like I could have, in fact.
How long you need to hold it, man? Like,
okay,
it doesn't take very long.
You said 33 minutes, right?
Yeah.
If that lady, even with the shirt on, held it there for 33 minutes, that would be.
There's other videos. This is not the only one.
I know.
Go watch one
where
people put it on their skin.
How is this possible?
Yeah, dude, she's doing it way slower than you are. Come on. Yeah, come on. She was doing it way slower than that, and she held it on there way longer. You're not gonna. No.
Okay. Well, look. That's about the speed I was going.
No, it's not. No, and especially her that flame is way bigger.
Well, yeah, it's bigger, but like she's going fast. Okay, look at that video.
Dude, I'm telling you, do that with a flame that big, just a random torch, and see how it goes for you.
And what is she holding exactly? What is that?
It's a torch that was lit by the holy light.
Yeah, but what's the torch made out of? Is it just wax?
I don't know exactly, but I know that. So what they do is the priest comes out with his torch, and then everybody comes to light their torch with that torch. And I think so it's all like one, like each individual torch has the same like miracle within it for 33 minutes.
Yeah. See how she's constantly moving it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Again, it would catch your shirt on fire very quickly.
Well,
no, you're moving it way quicker, and you're not holding it on there for as long, and you have a smaller flame.
Can you at least concede?
And I told you there are other videos. Go look at the other videos.
Okay, but can you at least concede to me that?
Go look at the other videos. No, I'm not conceding. Go look at the other videos.
Well, you didn't even hear.
I told you. You should do this on your own time. Hold an entire stream debunking the holy light.
Look, here's another one. This is the second one on the clip. Let's see what this guy does. Okay, that's on skin. Okay.
Do that. Do it with your. Do it. Look at it, dude. He's doing it for way longer than you are. Dude,
I'm
you're
going the
such
same.
a bullshitter.
I'm going the same.
You are such a bullshitter. Look at your fucking lighter, which is multiple inches away from.
I'm
your
repeating
skin,
what he's doing,
and he's got the fire directly on his skin, and it's a way bigger flame. You're such a bullshitter, dude. Look at it, dude. This is not the same thing. It's not the same thing. What you're doing is not the same. You're such a bullshitter, dude.
I think I'm doing
Well,
what he's doing.
Do it with a way bigger flame than he has.
Well,
And put it
I
on
don't
your
have
skin. He's
access
got it
to
on his skin.
I don't have
Put
access
it on
to
your
a flame
skin.
that big right now.
Put it on your skin.
But you know
see what happens.
I went to chemistry school, undergraduate and graduate, and I would have huge flames with a ethanol water mixture, and it was quite a cool flame.
Look at it. He's got it on his beard too. Yeah, put it up to your hair. See how that goes.
I did. Just wait. I know you're behind me, but
Oh, wait, no, I was watching the YouTube feed. My bad.
yeah. But I was going to say, but can you concede? I know that's a dirty word for you, the word concede. But can you concede to me at least that, like my sister died 2 years ago, and my favorite uncle died 2 years ago, right during COVID. I couldn't go to their funerals because I couldn't cross the border into Canada. Can you understand how that would?
That you didn't debunk that? Yeah, I understand.
Can you understand how that would be a more powerful miracle if the church, would raise my sister or my favorite uncle up from the dead? Can you at least say that that's more powerful than this miracle? For me,
which is more powerful?
For someone who I've known my whole life and now has been dead for years, and they were raised in the name of Jesus through your church. Can you understand why that would be more powerful to me than this?
What's the miracle? What do you mean? The first miracle you're talking about, not the holy light.
That my sister would be raised from the dead.
Yeah, but that's just you declaring what a miracle would be. Why do you get to declare what miracles are? Again, this is only a miracle because it's happening through the church.
Can you say to me, can you at least understand how that would be more powerful to me than this? A flame on a skin.
Yeah. So again, this is the problem that all the atheists have, is that you guys, you say you believe if you see the evidence, but then you declare what the standard of evidence is that must convince you.
Yeah, I'm declaring that seeing someone.
Why do you get to declare what the evidence is?
Because I'm me. I mean, why do you?
Yeah, but your opinion means nothing.
My opinion means. If I'm telling you what would raise my confidence, that I would receive eternal life, that doesn't mean anything?
No, because you're just declaring arbitrarily what that would be that would increase your likelihood of believing it. You're just like, well, if I saw this thing, and if I saw that thing, if I saw that thing, and why are these the criteria? You're just making it up.
Well, it's biblical too. People were raised from the dead in the Bible.
Yeah, they were.
And I'm just asking for the same for me to see that. Why is that bad?
Okay, there are I mean, we did see it with Jesus and all the saints and patriarchs of the Old Testament, and
I'm just asking for the same.
There have been saints that have resurrected people through the power of the church, through the power of Jesus Christ,
right?
In the past, but again, these are all like, you're never going to believe it unless it happens right in front of you, because you declare that that's the standard.
Okay, if you're right,
hang on. You declare that that's the standard that you have to see, rejecting the possibility that, one, that's already occurred in the past. People have written it down and told the story that you don't believe because it didn't happen in front of you. But also you're rejecting the possibility that there's other miracles that don't entail just raising from the dead, such as the holy light, such as the existence of consciousness itself, such as the existence of life itself, that you don't have an explanation for. You don't have an explanation for why we're here. Why is there life instead of not life?
Should I believe based on this, in your opinion?
No, how about this? Do you believe that you have an explanation for why there is life instead of not life?
No.
Okay, is there life?
Yes.
How is that not a miracle then?
I've actually been on record of saying that I believe in one miracle, and that's that we're here.
Okay. So you've seen a miracle.
Yeah.
Okay. So your requirements have been fulfilled. You said you need to see a miracle, right?
To believe in Jesus, your God.
Yeah, Jesus along with the Father and the Holy Spirit are the gift.
So in the name,
God is the giver
so in the
of life.
name of Jesus, for my confidence to be increased, if you or the church said in the name of Jesus, rise from the dead, that would increase my confidence.
Why would I? Okay, you're just declaring arbitrarily what it is, but
aren't you declaring arbitrary that I should believe based on this fire?
You asked for an example of a miracle, and I gave you one, and you didn't debunk it.
Okay, and I I didn't debunk it.
But your attempt at debunking was laughably bad. Okay. Yeah, again laughably bad. Keep your finger there for 3 seconds flat without.
Oh,
You can move it. You can move it slowly.
I can move it.
This guy had it, dude. Look at how big the flame is. It's on his skin, dude.
Look how big
Keep
it
it
is.
on your skin. No, you're not on your skin. You're such a bullshitter, dude.
It's not on
The
his skin
ultimate
either.
bullshitter.
I-
Because you know you're wrong.
The
You
flame
won't
is
put it on your skin
touching.
'cause you know you're wrong. You know you're wrong.
I'm actually smelling burnt hair because of, look,
Oh,
I wasn't touching.
uh-huh.
Look,
Interesting. So you burned yourself?
no, but it's just my
You say you're smelling burnt hair?
burnt hair. I burned my hair, but not my skin.
Congratulations, you played yourself because these don't burn anything.
Oh yeah, let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, you played yourself. Congratulations.
I would love to see them. I would love to see someone's hair go right underneath that flame. Do you have any video of that?
Look at it right. Sorry, I'm watching on the YouTube feed again. It's like behind, but he's like putting it on his beard.
Oh,
He's doing
I saw
it. He just
smoke,
did it.
bro.
Oh my god, you're such
I saw
a
smoke.
bullshitter, bro. He's got it on his beard right now. I'd like to see somebody put it on their hair. He's fucking doing it.
Yeah, what?
Oh,
I'm
man.
curious.
Okay.
I'm curious to know if he put
So-
some
so
fire
Holy
retardant on his
Light
beard.
Not debunked by PineCreek.
What's that?
Holy Light vindicated. There's other reasons it's vindicated. Did you know that the Roman Catholics tried to recreate that when they took over the Greek Patriarch, and they failed because that's a false church. They had false teachings, and when the Greek Patriarchate took back over, the Eastern Orthodox took back over, they were able to recreate it, and it worked again. So that's evidence for why the Holy Light is a miracle that can only be performed by the Eastern Orthodox Church. So, do we have somebody new in here? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah. Guy, did you want to say something about the holy fire thing? I thought maybe you wanted to talk about that. Guy, I can hear you. Oh, he's probably.
I cannot hear Guy. Is he talking?
No, he's probably catching up. He'll eventually get here.
Okay.
Nick, can you hear me?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we've been going for like an hour and a half, 2 hours now. I don't know if you want to keep going or whatever.
Well,
or let somebody else know.
Here's my objective opinion. I used the word objective there. I think that you have this desire to, I don't know, appear to be winning, appear to be right, appear to say to everybody that my beliefs are not stupid. And so you use these tag arguments to justify your presuppositions. But I really don't think you're going to convince other theists, because really other theists are in the same boat as me as an atheist in your worldview, right?
In certain regards, yes, but in other regards, no. It depends.
How are you not the same? Because basically anybody who's not your Christian worldview is a functional atheist.
Well, there can be people that will acknowledge like the existence of a God, but maybe just have a misunderstanding or a shortcoming as to which God, etc. Like things. But whereas like you just reject all gods or you're agnostic.
Right, but
or
if you
whatever,
believe
like,
in a false God, how's that any better than believing in no God? In fact, it's worse.
well, I agree. I agree. There can only be one truth, one fullness of the truth.
Right. So,
But
so basically, what you're saying is the Christian worldview is the only correct worldview, and everything else is absurd. Not just atheism, not just materialism.
in their own regards, yeah.
Yeah. And
Like I think Protestantism is absurd.
yeah, and so
Calvinism.
you're committing to this exclusivity, which I admire. I actually don't mind that. But the odds of your God being right and all the other ones being wrong, and if you're using things like tag arguments, you're not going to get to the Christian God using tag arguments.
It's in fact the only way to get to the Christian God. Or no, it's the only argument that can be the only way it can be justified.
Because I've looked at the tag arguments from Christian philosophers, and guess what? Just like the cosmological argument, the word Jesus is not in there.
Yeah, but the way that it's fulfilled is through the revelation of Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then you're left with saying like the long ending of Mark, is that revelation or not? You know what I'm talking about?
I am not entirely familiar. I'm not an expert on that, but
Like there's some verses in the King James Bible, for example, that's not in the NIV, not in the NASB, that you'll have
yeah, I would have to look at specifically which texts are canonized by the Orthodox Church, but I can't just answer that off the top of my head. I don't know.
Okay. And now if you're relying on the Orthodox Church to tell you what's revelation and what's not, then who's to say they're right?
Well, because that's the church that gave us the scriptures to begin with. They're the ones that actually gave us a canon of scripture.
Right, but that doesn't mean they're right, that it's actually from God. Just because they were the first.
Well, it's a way that we can have a holistic interpretation of the scriptures and of the teachings in the revelations to fulfill, again, these three branches of philosophy: the metaphysics, the ethics, the epistemology, that we all use every single day. And strictly Bible alone doesn't do it. I don't believe that the Quran can do it. I don't believe that Hindu and pagan religions can do it. I believe that only the Eastern Orthodox Church can.
But you understand that someone who's outside your worldview, who's wrong.
Yeah, and we would battle it out. Like you and I have been debating for the past almost 2 hours now. If I'm discussing things with a Muslim and they're claiming that they've got the fullness of the truth, and I'm claiming the same thing, then we would debate on the merits of the claims. You don't hold to that, so we're not actually debating Muslim versus Christian.
I actually don't see a lot of debates between theism, like different theistic on like tag arguments and so forth. Have you?
Specifically on if tag works or not.
Like
most
like a Muslim tag versus a Christian tag. I haven't seen that.
Muslims don't typically use tag, dude. They typically use the kalam. The kalam is a Muslim
I know,
argument.
but I would love to see a Muslim use the tag arguments and a Christian use the tag arguments for the existence of their specific God, Allah versus Jesus. And my guess is it can't be done.
Well, I agree that the Muslims can't use tag properly. That's why they typically don't.
What I'm saying, anything the Christian could say, the Muslim could say. Anything the Muslim could say, the Christian could say. Anything the Christian could say against the Muslim could say against the Christians.
No, they can't, because again, the Christian has a certain doctrine of faith that the Muslims don't, and vice versa.
Okay, but you're right. I think we have been going too long, so I'll
Yeah, I don't want to take up the whole stream. Hey, listen, Doug, I have actually enjoyed this conversation. I hope you don't have ill will toward me. I understand we got heated and it got spicy at times, but I don't have ill will towards you. I actually appreciate you having this open platform and bringing people on to disagree with you. I think it's very admirable.
Okay.
I think a lot of people are afraid to do that. So I do appreciate that.
You're right. Yeah, a lot of people are afraid.
And I will grant you this charity. I don't think that either of us have it complete. Like, I don't think I'm infallible. I'm not an infallible human that gets every single thing right all the time. There's probably things in this conversation that I've said that are wrong. So I will pray that we both are able to come to a closer discernment of what is true about the world and about our lives. So,
but don't worry about it. Even though you said some things that are wrong, I'm sure like you still won the debate, so everything's fine.
Well, that's my presupposition, right? I'm just kidding. But hey, also, you said you're into chess. We should play some chess sometime. I have the chess.com app, so maybe we should get in touch on that.
Yeah. What's your ranking?
Okay. It on like standard, like 15-minute or 10-minute or whatever. I'm around 1500, 1600.
Oh yeah, you're better than me. I'm only around.
Okay, and then but on like rapid and blitz, I'm a lot lower. I'm like 700, 800, so I'm not very good there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, take care.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You too. Thanks, man.
Okay, we got to wrap this up. I've been going too long. Nick, anybody can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what were you going to say, Nick?
Well, if you want to wrap it up, then it's okay. Then I'll join you next time.
Well, just give your one comment or two comments.
I was thinking about the metaphysical stuff, and I wanted maybe to talk about the numbers, because I think that's maybe one thing that objectively exists, like numbers in general.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe that's you sound like what do you call it, a Platonist or something, right?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, take care, Nick.
Okay, then catch you next time.
Yeah. Good to set a record today. What's the tag argument? Oh, the tag is the transcendental argument for God. So it's basically the way we can have things like reasoning, logic. Sorry, my volume was low. Reasoning, logic. What else? Morality, truth. You need a God to be the preconditions for those. That's in a nutshell the tag arguments. Am I going to the Easter service? That's a good question. I forgot. Is it this weekend? Or? Probably not. I asked that question too, what the torch is made of, and you didn't know. And you can buy like fire retardant sprays and stuff, like spray your beard. I don't know. I'm sure a magician could repeat that trick easily. Harder to repeat the trick of someone being raised from the dead after being dead for years, and people know they've been dead for years. What is libertarian free will in your own words? The ability to have done otherwise. It's a retrospective type definition. Thanks, Jerome. Notice they never held it still. Well, yeah. It's white phosphorus fire, fairly common magic trick. Yeah, some flames are cooler than others, that's for sure. But I don't think that was white phosphorus. No, something else is going on there. Poof. Hey guys, thanks for hanging out for 4 hours, 20 minutes. If you made it through the whole thing, kudos to you.